It's got like 1 million views. It did great. Would I just be boring people if I started re-explaining everything again? Do we need that again? I've missed the window of 1.0 now, really, for that. Not that I've had great streams and everything during it, so it's fine. But now, a month or two on, probably don't need to go as beginner friendly. I'll still be dropping tips left, right, and center all over the place like I normally do. But I just mean, like, I don't need to be like, all right, now we're going to go grab grass. Let's go do that. You know, I think we don't need to do that. I think I could go like, okay, we're just going to go grab biomass. Cut. Hey, I've grabbed loads of biomass. Let's go. Like, just whatever. Make it quicker. But also, I don't want to be, I need to be careful not to skip over too much. People say that that's what they really like about those videos. However, I'll be giving out the save files and the blueprints and stuff where I can. But it won't be this, like, complete top to bottom build along like it was before. It just makes things way too slow. And I want to get to... I want to get past phase 3, which is where we're at now, in like literally like 4 videos or something, maybe. Maybe 5. As opposed to 30 that it took last time, which took like a year. So, you know, just want to figure that out and trying to figure out a methodology that'll be good for that. Oh. Slightly off. Looked like it was still off, but I guess not. Alright, so we're just going to manifold these up into the 2 little groups and then let them meet in the middle. So conveyor merger. Alright, and then we go with a splitter here. No, that's the only one that's going to be weird. Oh, no, it won't. Oh, no, I don't even need to do that. That's fine. I thought they'd need to meet in the middle, like the belts would need to join, but they don't. They don't. In fact, that one doesn't even need to be there either. Get rid of that. I knew something was wrong. I was like, that's not a merger. Yeah, you go out that way. Personally, I prefer a stream where we discuss the game you're playing. Not all manner of stuff wasting so much time. Yeah, I agree, DJ. I think, well, not that I agree, I think most people do. I don't know why I'm talking so much about myself. Yeah, I think, generally speaking, you just want to be focused on the game. I think, anyway. I don't think I'm that interesting. I don't mean that in a negative way. It's like, it's fine. The most interesting thing about me is that I know how to play this well. I should probably do that. Alright, that's all hooked up. So basically every smelter here obviously goes in a line, filters around, goes into each one, and then this just goes into the last one, and that goes into the last one there. Hey Thomas, I just wrapped up phase 3 the other night, 120 hours into my save. Yeah, I don't know how far am I in? 72. Not too far behind me. I still need to, and you might not by the end. Just about done the first 2 categories, which is trickling up very slowly. 2076 for versatile frames. Has that moved lately? Seems like it's taken a long time to move. 2076, let's remember that. There might be something wrong. The modular engines got done just fine. It's supposed to be 10 per minute. It doesn't look like it's moving. I'd have to go fix that, because would take a decent amount of time in the background. Michael, keep the live talk in live streams. It's relatable, and we do actually care. And I appreciate the super chat. I think Dean's comment is just as valuable, though. You know, it's like maybe a little bit, but not too much. Yeah, it is paused. All right, we got to go figure that out because that's supposed to be happening in the background, and if it's not, then we're wasting time. So let's just figure it out. I've also got no idea why it would be stopped, so that's an interesting one to see. Because everything there should be just set for life, I would have thought. Unless I broke a truck or something. This is where they're supposed to come in. So there's no steel arriving. Okay. My guess is... Oh, there it is. The truck is bugged, and it's gone to 0, world coordinates. Huh. I've never had that happen. I've had it happen to a truck that's not on a route. Never one that's on a route. That's a pretty nasty one. Well, I could just build another one and assign it to the route, and then I'll go into Satisfactory Calculator maybe and just unstick them. Which we can do a bit later, but... That's a real shame. Because that puts you off ever using them, right? If that can happen. Don't want that to happen. Yeah, there is more videos for Anno. I actually went to my Discord and explained why there hasn't been one in a while, and I do apologize. I'm hoping... I'm really working on it, I promise. I know it doesn't seem like it, but I was trying to record them Tuesday, and just couldn't. So, don't really have a better explanation other than just wasn't feeling too good and just couldn't get it done. So Monday I was like, here's what my plan was. Monday I'm going to record bulk amount of Frostpunk. Tuesday I'll record bulk Anno. I said bulk, 2 or 3. Monday went fine. Got all the Frostpunk done. It's like, sweet, got 4 in the bag, let's go. Next up Anno the next day. Woke up, just felt really not good, so just couldn't do it. Tried, just wasn't happy with it. So as a result, it looks like sometimes I'm just favoring one over the other, but that really isn't the case. And then it's like, oh, you're streaming here now. It's like, yeah, well, I want to keep this commitment. Like, I'm trying to just like not let people down. But it means I'm letting one group down a lot, I guess. At the moment. Wait a second. This it? That's weird. Okay, it's filling now. It was stopped right there. Is it? Oh, it's unstuck. It came back. Well, while we're here, let's drive the other route. Oh yeah, these are driving on the wrong side of the road. I have to redo those ones, otherwise they're going to start colliding now. Alright, we're full up. Start the route just so we get onto a street. Alright. Try this again. That was weird the way there was a pause node dropped on that spot back there before the thing. And it seemed to have just been stuck on that. Not on, so we have to just pretend like we're unloading. We even have another truck station on the other side that sends down stuff, like the quick wire or whatever, to take it somewhere else if you want to. Fuel check? I was on top of it. Yeah, I know. I only put 10 in, but I went straight to the truck station just to automatically load. That might be a risky turn, actually, thinking about it, but see how it goes. Right, so that's the steel factory to oil refinery, delivering Caterium ore. It'll just do its thing now. So I'm just trying to see, did I drive on the right side for these? Maybe I did. Didn't think so. Did this one cross over? I guess we could just check. Oh yeah. I must have driven right side. Well, that's great. I thought I had to redo those. Cool. Don't really remember doing that. Oh, they'll be fine. Don't worry about that. Alright, nice. Let's head back over. Problem solved, I guess. I don't mind waiting. All your videos are really awesome. I appreciate your work. Thanks, Doughboy. Oh, talk about fuel check here, though. You know, you can put factory carts on truck stop routes as well. Yeah, yeah. I did that with a factory in my previous builds, where I just set a few of them up on routes around the factory just to make it look like the place was alive. They weren't actually picking up anything. They would just stop and get fuel, but or no. No, they don't need fuel. Oh yeah, I guess I did just have them on loop. I was trying to think, did I ever stop them? I guess not. But yeah, I got the idea from Reddit. I'd seen someone else post that, and I was like, oh yeah, that's interesting. Right, so just to recap on what we're doing and try to focus again a bit. Sorry, I have to really need to make a hypertube or something. We're building a Caterium setup that's then going to make quick wire, and that's going to go into our circuits and computers. A lot of which we can do here at this site, because this is where we make plastic and rubber, and we're going to use plastic for the circuit boards and rubber for the computers. Got the initial framework up. The numbers are hopefully correct now. Need to give them power and they'll start making it. We're almost done. Now I need to decide what happens after this. So circuit boards requires assemblers, and we need plastic and quick wire. Now, we make 500 quick wire by default, unless we want to boost one of the machines or something. So 500 quick wire. For circuit boards, each one needs, or each machine needs 37.5. So just gonna write that down. Ugh, 37.5. That's fine, but the problem comes when we want to make computers, because that will require Caterium. We're doing this one, not this one, because we're using plastic. We want to use rubber. That's going to take 52.5. That's to make computers, and we're making computers just to make these, and that needs 2. And needs circuit boards. I'll be lucky even if we're just making 1 per minute. Maybe I'll just do that, and that will be just like an hour and a half while we dick around doing something else, and then we're done. Phase 3. Would be nice to do at least 2, because I make 10 automated wiring, so I think that should be our target. 2 of these. That's 4 computers per minute. Quite simple. 4 computers per minute. So that would be 30 E's. 105 quick wire. 45 rubber. Just writing it down so I have that on my notes. Then I just need to see, can I do all that? So to make the circuit boards, it's 30 circuit boards per minute. So 8.75. 30 divided by 8.75, okay. 3.42 assemblers. 3.42 assemblers. So 4. If we can make 4 assemblers, then we're good. That. Yeah, I think we could do that. So, get out my calculator. 8.75 times 4. That'll be 35. So we'll have 5 left over, which is nice. We could use that for something else. Ah. No. I'm not factoring the fact that we need some for the control units themselves. Need something that's wrong. We need 10. So we need an additional 10. Got it. That's done already. So that'll be need 10. And then this we'll have to figure out. Okay. So, sorry, but that means now that we need 40 per minute. So 40 divided by 8.75. We need 4.75. Sorry, 4.57. But that means that, yeah, about 5 assemblers maybe. So now I just want to see, with 5 assemblers, could we do it? That'll be 5 times the plastic, which is 12.5. 62. Yep, we've got enough plastic. Great. And then 5 times 37.5. 187 quick wire. Plus the 105 we need. Yeah, so we've got loads. Great. We have enough. What's the current world production? I'll show you in just one sec. Actually, I can show you now because I've just done that, right? So now I know that we have enough. I'm not worried about any of the numbers we make. We actually make more than we need. I can make, as long as I'm happy to use almost all the plastic, we can make even more. We've got plenty of quick wire. Our number is going up, by the way, again on versatile frames, so that fixed it, thankfully. Bonk. This is the everything we make. So this obviously ignore this category. Just the surplus category matters, the one on the right. So 4 motors, 12.5 stators. This is all per minute. 14 rotors per minute. 120 steel pipe. 180 iron plate. 40 iron rod. 0 screws. So to make heavy modular frames, you need to look into that. 35 modular frames, 10.64 reinforced iron plates, 30 copper sheets, 100 wire, 60 cable, 7.5 steel beams, 108 steel pipe, 12 encased industrial beam, 175 plastic, 155 rubber, 50 packaged fuel, 450 polymer resin right now, which we're getting as a byproduct out of our refineries where we make power. We're making 100 quick wire. Although we've actually just cut that off, so now that's 0. 37.5 silica, 22.5 quartz crystal, 135 concrete, 7.5 automated wiring, 3 modular engines, and 10 versatile framework. That is what we're making. What do you think about running everything down a central main bus? I think it's a bit unnecessary. Like, it's cool idea, right? But it's you're making life. I feel like it makes things actually harder to do that. But it can look cool at the end. So I wouldn't do it, but I think it would look cool. I am thinking of, with this series, of doing everything in one place. I'm still divided on, I kind of think I would like to make a big central desert like everything is just built in the desert. But obviously you go out to have these bigger outposts that maybe do a few local things and ship it back to the main factory. So I'd be okay with like saying, maybe a little setup like this, you know, a little bit of oil on the site, a little bit of circuit boards, something like that, and that comes back to the main factory to be used in bigger rooms that are like a central factory that isn't doing everything, but ultimately is doing all the things that matter. And has a lot of its own core production too, like maybe some really high volume stuff is done there, but certain other things can be out in the world. I like the idea of that. It's also a nice idea just to have a central main massive factory and have trains that just bring in all the ore and do all the smelting there and everything. Well, maybe, I don't know. What do you do with the surplus so the belts don't back up? You throw it into an awesome sink. Yep. So you need a smart splitter that overflows to an awesome sink. So the reason I did all that calculation just there was so I need to see how many circuit boards we're going to build. How many we'll need. So I know that I'm clear now. I can make as many as I can possibly fit. I'm not short anyway, which is the important thing. So I guess with 500 quickwire, that's... But we need 105 to go in there. It's so funny that we need some to go elsewhere. So really, I've got 395 quickwire available. Okay. But that's how many circuit board machines we could do. 10.533. We could just say 10. Make our lives easier. And let the excess spill out somewhere else. Or just keep the extra quickwire. Yeah, because you can use that to build power poles and stuff. It could be nice to have a little bit extra. So we'll make 10 assemblers then. Now, just to be super buttoned up, that will mean we're making 87.5 circuit boards per minute. And we'll need 120 plastic, which I've got. That's why we have that file here, right? I'm like, oh, do I have that? Yeah, I have 175 plastic. Need 125. Should be enough. All right, cool. And the plastic is made here, so that makes life easier. All right, let's do it. 10 assemblers. Do we want to blueprint these? Yeah, probably, right? Just... because there's a lot of things to hook up. So let's just do that real quick. Don't necessarily think I need to stack them or anything. We can just put them in a line. I think we'll probably be able to. I just measure that out. I mean, we could just go wider on this floor as well. No problem with that. Just want to see if I can fit these before we make the blueprint. So 10. That's as far as we need to go. Yep, that's 10. Alright, cool. We'll blueprint it though. Make life a little easier on us. Maybe we'll throw it into the old Mark II. Oh, I don't have heavy modular frames. Well, screw me, I guess. We already built the bigger designer somewhere else. I don't plan on doing anything too crazy with this. We need 10, so we'll just make a blueprint with 2. Hook up the inputs and outputs, and then we can just spam that 5 times, and then we are good. Train the lizard doggo to work the machines. Just go in the center here. 1, 2. So, Caterium circuit board. Copy that, copy that. The plastic will go up above. The other stuff will go down below. The only other thing would be, how are we feeding it? Oh, we can feed it all in one big manifold, can't we? Because it's... Oh, no, we can't. Because I don't have a belt that can take 500. Although... This is interesting. I've never actually tried this before. We need 105 per minute to go into the adaptive control unit thing. No, sorry, for the computers. Oh, damn. This doesn't take quickwire, right? Yeah, yeah. Right, so just for the computers. So computers take QuickWire, the one that we're using. That's fine. Can we make computers here? What else was needed? It's rubber. Yeah, rubber, circuit boards, QuickWire. It's all here. Great. So computers are going to be made here. And we're doing... I wrote down 4. Is that right? Oh, 4 per minute, but to... Why did I write down 4? Oh, that's because that's what we needed. Yes, but we're making more than that. That's okay. Cool. Right, so we're actually going to be making whatever this is times 2. 7 something. Per minute. We'll have some left over. Nice. I was just trying to work out where this goes. So basically, because we need 105 QuickWire, this line here produces 500. Each machine produces 50. So that's 50, and then another 50. What we could do is put this up to 52.5. And put this up to 52.5. That's our 105 that we need. So these two will be friends and send their stuff out together. That stays away from these guys. Now, in order to make sure we still have enough, we have to remove that 5 from these. So this would be... Well, we could just go 45, obviously. That'd be fine. It's all going on the same belt anyway, so I don't really mind doing that. But if you wanted to sync them, I suppose you could go... Well, that's 45, 50, and 50. So 145. 145 divided by 3. It's 48.333 recurring. Copy that. Paste it in there. And now these will be synced at least, because they're on the same belt. It didn't really matter, but it might look a bit nicer. These two are special ones that are going to go off towards the actual computer manufacturers, which is fine. And these 3 will join the belt over there, so we know that they're making 145. Well, we know that we're making 500 minus the 105, which is 395, which can fit on one belt, so we'll keep them all together in one big fat manifold. Goes all the way down to the left. And that way we can just feed it from one direction, and I needed to know that so that when I set up that blueprint, we know which side we're feeding it from. Now we know. Hey, Remco Oost. Sorry I didn't say hi for a while. We'll upgrade the belts later. Right, so, that in mind, you know, the circuit boards are going to be, or QuickWire is going to be traveling in from the bottom. Ideally, if this is a foundation, we'll start something like there. Goes there. Ah, I just messed up. It's coming in from that side. Now, that's our us flowing along. I'm just going to nudge this forward a little bit. That still leaves loads of room on this side then. Cool. In fact, I go 2 bits forward. Right, so the plastic will need to be fed probably from the opposite direction, if I was to hazard a guess. That. Okay. And I'll just look up the mergers myself. Right, we'll call that Caterium. Hang on. Machines, smelters, constructors, assemblers. They're not stacked. They'll be in the category called assembler line. Alright. Thanks, AJ, again. Up there for a second. Add a subcategory. Call this assemblers line. That. Enter. Drag this down. I realize these don't need that icon if they're in a category called assemblers, or they should probably just have the icon of what they are making. That'd be a lot easier. Update that in future. But yeah, circuit boards, Caterium. There we go. You should type it in the in-game chat. Thanks, Jace. Helps a lot. I saw this, actually. I'll have to admit. Because I was watching Jace. Because it came up after my stream that he was live. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know he streamed. He has it on a different channel. But I suppose he streams on Twitch. I was like, oh, he's got really low viewers for what I thought he would have. But then on Twitch he had loads. So I was like, oh, okay. Makes more sense. And then it's like his voice line or something. But I didn't recognize it as his voice when he played it.
An unknown transmission has been intercepted. It seems to be causing minor interferences, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Boy, howdy can you. Simply select the material type you'd like the buildable to have and build away. You can even bind the material to your hotbar if you're on the go. Now look, I know what you're thinking. What about colors? We got you covered. Bam! They're right there in the customizer too. Can you believe it? I certainly can.
Is that from a video or something that they did? I know that people say thanks, Jace, helps a lot. I know that, like, kind of lore. But I don't remember him saying that or doing that. And I was thinking if he did it just for that clip, I was like, that's a bit strange of all the things you could do. It must be from, like, a video where they were introducing the customizer, was it? I know you want more Anno videos. So do I. I needed less than 35 gigawatts to complete the game. 35 gigawatts. That doesn't have to be huge. Hi, Darren. Just popping in to say hi and going back to my backlog of your live videos. Thanks, Mikal. I've said it right, sorry. And yes, I'm watching them all from start to finish. Appreciate that. Thank you. I wouldn't have found your videos back when I first got this game. Would have refunded it for sure. If I wouldn't have. Oh, right. Nice. Thanks. I'm glad I could help people, I guess. Hopefully I helped you find a game underneath all the stuff that maybe turned you off at first that you could enjoy. Well, I'm not here to sell the game to anyone. I like putting the splitters for the second assembler line directly onto the lifts. You find it more aesthetic that way? The reason I don't do it is because I think it looks really bad that way. And I'll tell you why. Because when you see this rising up through it, it goes through it. Now, each to their own. Each to their own, right? It's not like that bad. It's just one of those things in my head where I'm like, it's clearly clipping through it. But they've obviously done it on purpose because you can snap right to it. They let you snap to it. I just have that hang up where I'm like, well, the plate that's lifting up to go into the thing, it goes right through. Whereas here, there's a hole. So it's just one of those things. So when it comes to aesthetics, I'm like, well, it's not functional that way. But that's just me. Alright, so we got our blueprint. Let's spam. Good. Did say that it was gonna go there. And we need 10. Now, I think we're not using quite all the quickwire here, so some of it will have to go into like a spillover. Okay. Alright, let's just connect these all up. I could have done their... Well, not really. The power lines. Maybe a little bit, but it's fine. $37.5 per minute. So that's 375 per minute that we're consuming. 500 minus 105 is 395 minus 375. We're left with 20 quickwire per minute. That has nowhere to go. I'm just going to write that down because we'll have to get that. I'm not going to do it right now, but 20 W overflow. Alright, so Caterium actually is done. We're in the middle of circuits right now. We'll turn it on soon. Once we get the circuits, I guess we can start to turn it on. These all... Actually, well, really the computers, because then this place is kind of done. We have to hook up the plastic still, and then the computers. So computers could be somewhere over here, although I kind of want to avoid the spire thing. Could just go down further in the line, I guess. Excuse me. Did you know you can make a lift too high? Yeah, by snapping it into another splitter or something. That one I also kind of have a weird hang up about. Other people can... I'm not casting judgment on anyone that does these things. It's like my own personal like weird hang up where I'm like, I don't really like to do that. When you have to like put other objects in the game to make things happen, I'm less inclined to want to do it because I just feel like it's not the intention. But it obviously works. It begs the question why they don't let you do it like right here. But they don't. You know, as low as I go. But if I snap it to... Will this work? I'm not even sure if this is how it works exactly, but it's something like this. Like, oh, we have a little squat thing. And it works. It does work when it's on, so... It's possible. Oh, you read that. I believe that the perfect start video from Update 8 should be a required course for new employees. Such a great way to get started. Thanks. Yeah, I spent a really long time trying to make it as beginner friendly as possible without it being, but also just information dense, so you're not like waiting too long. Thanks, by the way, GE player. Thank you. And people always just have the nicest things to say. Alright, manufacturers next. We're just gonna make 2. And that'll take the pretty much, well, a lot of the circuit boards, but not all of them. Leave another gap there, and we'll start this here. Right, so this is going to be making the Caterium computer. It's going to need rubber and quickwire. The quickwire and the circuit boards are coming out from right over there. Thinking how we're going to feed it. We're only using these 2, so that's going to make us, what, like 7 computers per minute? What's 3.75 times 2? 7.5. Why couldn't I do that in my head? I don't know. Anyway, 7.5. What we get. And those computers are going to go on a truck or something back over to our other factory and be made into adaptive control units. We've actually finished modular engines and we're 150 away from the versatile frames, and that's 15 minutes because there should be 10 per minute. All right. The problem I have here is I'm just wondering which one needs to go up and over, because we have this little buddy here that can go up. These ones can stay low because there's more of them. It's easier that way. Less material. We'll start actually the second one over and come from that direction. So yeah. Alright, mergers down the line. That should be straightforward enough actually. Nope. They don't line up. They're not like constructors, obviously they don't line up in the dead center. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, there we go. So that's all of the circuit boards. Did I need all of them? That's the thing I keep forgetting. Technically, no. We need to partition 30 of them away. Okay. An annoying number, so we'll just use what's left over. So that makes me think, actually, maybe I should just make the adaptive control units here. I was going to do it back at base, because that's where we have the elevator, and just, like, let them feed in. But I've got computers here and circuit boards. So that's 2 of the components I'm going to need. I won't have the heavy modular frames here, though. Although it's quite low volume, like 1 truck could even deliver it. And just split them on the other side, maybe. That's kind of crazy, but could do that. Because what I could do, like, the circuit boards are just going to be traveling on this, like, manifold here. And they go in to be made into computers, and then the next ones, these could just be right here. Or maybe with a small gap. And that would then be the adaptive control units. I guess either way, 2 components have to move somewhere. So, okay, I'll probably just move the circuit boards and computers back over to the other place then. That has all the truck stations built in, so I suppose it makes sense. But a depot on the CONC. What's the CONC? Computers? You'll need to use them in the next stage, so I would just transport. Yeah. Well, that's probably not going to stay there forever, to be honest. I'll probably move it. That's one thing I want to do in the playthrough in the future, in the video playthrough, is like actually have a spot for that and don't move it. I always just tear it down when I'm done with the phase, because you don't need it. And it takes up space. Anyway, yeah, so that's what I'll do. Okay, so circuit boards roll into here and here, and then this would have to go on and just go to the truck station downstairs. But just for now, I'll just do that. More importantly, this will probably have to be a smart splitter then, where overflow goes that way. Alright. Wait for that autosave. You're right, I only need 10 for the control units. We make way more than I need. I need 40 in total. 10 for the control units and 30 for the computers. But we're making 87.5 or something. So we actually have a bunch that can just sit in a depot or something. That are going to go through here. That's good though, because they'll fill up quite quickly then. Anyway, so these are making our computers, so we'll merge them up, send them into a station as well. So the truck stations are going to be right below us. Just drive right up there. There's also a way to drive over to the factory that way. If I could connect these roads better, it might look a bit better. But it'd be nice to turn this on now. So let's just hook up the power and get the ball rolling. I'm going to say you're going to go that way, actually. I don't know. I might change my mind about that. In fact, let's just not hook up the exits for these. We'll just leave them on. Alright, let's just do power next. So here, Mark II pole. I can feed each machine. Cool. Both of these could filter out into one in the center. One, two, three, it's 5. And 5. Can we do a Mark II pull for each of these? I think we can. Nice. Alright, this one just goes forward and do the same thing. Two, three, so the middle of the fifth machine, or the third one. The middle machine of the 5, I guess. Alright, then this guy. Go forward again. Suppose you could just plug into both. I'll tell you what, we'll look over to here, get a bit closer between the two. AJ again, man, keeping the stream alive all by yourself. I appreciate it though, thank you. How many members are we at? We're still over the 900, that's crazy. It's gonna, I look forward to seeing that just collapse. Wow, even holding control isn't doing it? I've been using Satisfactory Modeler to follow along with your worlds, and I'm really starting to like it. I think I'm going to use it to plan all my future builds and keep track of my worlds too. Thanks for the super chat. Is that the one that's on Steam? Is that one? Satisfactory Modeler? I can't remember what the one on Steam is called. I feel like it was just called Planner, but I don't remember. Alright, should we turn this on? Yeah? That's cool, yeah, I'll have to give it a go. It's a great idea, and having it up for free and everything is such a nice way to distribute something. I wonder, is there like an optional like DLC where you just give them support for... You know the way some games do that, it's like $5 DLC pack, it doesn't do anything, it might give you like one skin. It's like, it's just called support the dev or something. Whenever people do stuff like that for free, I always just want to give them something. Right, I need to make a way to get up and down. Okay. Oh shit, I didn't even see that. I'm so used to biofuel, man. This always just runs out so quick. There we go. Alright. Just a little temporary thing for now to get me up and down here. Which one's the entrance? This one, right? Get that out of here. Get that out of here. Alright, so that's powered, and there we go. It'd be awesome if you could make him charge into there. I'm sure that's not possible, but let's just try. Gotta have fun. Alright, giving you a path. Oh my god, he knocked me into it. Coming back down. Bah. I was hoping if I stood here and he was over there. Let's try to get him to come over here. I'll just do it one more time. I'm sure it's not going to work, but you never know. You never know until you try. Come on. Come on, hit me. I want you to hit me. The slowest charge ever. It's like he gets sucked up. That'd be awesome. Just his leg goes in. Just like the whole thing gets pulled in. Ah, well, you never know. Could have happened. All right, let's hook this up. Connect. Now, we still need to feed the ore up. Actually power this place. And now that this is powered, it'll actually receive for the first time. How am I doing? I'm alright. I'm pretty good. Today I'm okay, I guess. I'm generally pretty good, yeah. Let's see. I guess I'll put a floor hole in, and that'll give me a good idea of where it can be brought up. So ultimately it needs to come up and then split, or I just take one from each side and bring it along. I guess that was initially what I was thinking I would do. Yeah. Alright, let's try a floor hole here. And another one down here. I just realized I have to update the belts as well, don't I? So I'll have to do that in a sec. So, 1, 2. Good. Yeah, nothing delivered in. It should though next time, right? Vehicle unload. Sorry, there we go. Mark 1 belts? Yeah, I just build a Mark 1 belts until I'm sure of what I need, and then I upgrade. I don't know why I do that. It's just a habit. But now that everything's in place, we can just upgrade them. So it'll be an even division of whatever comes in anyway. We're just trying to think what do we actually need. It's I guess a Mark 3 is enough for each one. That's... I'll go over the lifts in a moment. BJ Swick, Brunswick. Hey, appreciate the channel membership. Thank you very much. Alright, so Mark 3 is what we needed on these. And then they split. So it's 150 on the belt. So 75 and 75. So we need Mark 2. And then it goes into being Mark 1. So we don't have to change those. Those ones are fine. And I know about the lifts. We'll do them in a moment. Now, for the outputs, these are fine at 12.5 per minute, but in total, we're going to get 10, 20, 30, 40, 48, 50, is it? Yeah, it's 50, right? So Mark 1 belt is fine again. No change there. The Caterium, though, different story. So this will have to be upgraded, making 500 quick wire, but it's been broken into 2 groups. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, we're making everything. Okay, so it needs to be Mark 4. Those ones don't need to be as much. Well, they can both be like that, actually, until they fill. Alright, that's that. Now we still have to feed the plastic up here. It's the next phase. But yeah, our first little bits have made it. There we go. Alright, so they're gonna need to send this somewhere. So just temporarily, we'll just set up an awesome sink. Just let it go into there. Keep it running for now. Yeah, that's enough. Bring this just over somewhere else because it's just temporary anyway. There we go. So that needs to go around, doesn't it? And be made into computers, I think. Yeah, and rubber. Okay. No problem. I appreciate it a lot. Really does help, so thank you. 1, 2, 3. I forgot this. Well, we'll leave that one. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, cutting it a little close, I guess. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'll push these out then. I don't like when that happens, so... We're at the stage where we could definitely avoid it. Don't... Doughboy, hey, thanks very much as well for becoming a member. Stream Anno, please. No, I did before actually. It was one of my best streams ever. I'll definitely stream the next one when it comes out, but I'm not going to stream 1800. Okay. Right, that should have cleared the space now between these. Yeah, better. Alright, nice. So basically this is going to be our little extra quickwire line that we just made. So it's going to be Mark II'd out of its mind, and that's going to go basically down this way. We'll just go here. That's the line that we're going to be bringing in. 1, 2. Mark II. Now, this actually, just thinking about it, it's probably going to go up even higher for the plastic or rubber that's going to be on top. And just to gauge the amount, I think it's still only a Mark I belt because it's 22.5, yeah. We might as well just hook those up now, I guess. Get it ready. It's going to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh man. Okay, right, so now let's go pick up that quick wire. Oh no. Oh, that's okay. Cool. All right, that's quick wire hooked up now to go be made into computers. Circuit boards will be coming in once they get made. They'll get made once we get the plastic up here, so we're still waiting on that. We can do that now. It'll take a while for these to manifold down. That's why we have that on before everything is delivered. Did you know Mark II belts can carry Mark 1? What? I finally caught up on the streams that made it... Oh, sorry. Made it to a live once again. After all the videos, I was thinking you should have a Did You Know each stream, where your chat tells you something you know already. No, yeah, I think being passive-aggressive like that is probably not a good idea. Because, you know, it's easy... This is a problem, like, not to go on a complete tangent again, but this is actually a kind of a problem just generally with how people read the internet. Especially content creators, but also people like in politics and just generally everything. It's you sort of everyone has a kind of a habit of reading even just a few comments and kind of lumping it all together as some sort of hive mind. But it's really just different people coming in all the time, and that's why it can often feel like, you know, I could be like, oh, this guy's asked me the same thing, but it's like it's a different person, and I know you know that. But that's, I feel like, people just need to be, people generally, myself included, content creators really, need to be way better at understanding that, like, and it's like gamers as well. It's like, oh, gamers love this thing, and then they'll turn around and say this. It's like, but that's because they're not one hive mind, you know? It's like some gamers don't like blue hair and DEI and all of that stuff, and then other gamers get really happy about it or whatever. And what, you know, it's like, oh, they're so contradictory. It's like, yeah, because there's not one single, like, group in hive mind. People normally only comment when they get annoyed at something, typically. So when one group is dormant and not saying anything, it means they're just happy and they're doing whatever. It's like, we're working on Mannerlords, and I remember something happened recently where it's like, oh, we did it this way, and people were complaining about it. And then when we changed it, people complained about it and wanted the old way. It's like, yeah, but they're two different groups. Maybe they're different groups of people, right? So we have to just ultimately find a way that appeases both sides if we can. Anyway, it's that kind of thing. First super chat, appreciate it. Oh yeah, nice. I love when you see that message. It's always cool. Sorry, it's not much, Darn. Oh, dude. First of all, you became a channel member, which is great as well. But I think I've told people before, sorry to be redundant, but a dollar is like... I can't remember what I've said normally. I think $1 is about 800 views. So you just made your one view go like really far. That's a New Zealand dollar, $5. So I don't know exactly what it is in USD, like 2 or 3 or something. Doesn't matter. Anything, channel membership or a super chat like that. Yeah, it goes really far. Yeah, I know it's 800 views. I was trying to think if it's one membership is 800 views or if $1. I think it's $1. Depends on your CPM and things, but for me, it's about, I think it's 1 to 800, something like that. So what that means is I need to get a video, every time I have a video and it gets 800 views, I've made $1. That's how much it makes. Roughly. It might be a little bit more these days because my videos are longer. But anyway, generally, there you go. Blue Devil, appreciate it. I mean, it really does help. If everybody, I don't know how many people we have viewing, but if everyone gave $1, I could just do this every day. But yeah, anyway. Although I'd still want to make videos. Right, so plastic, let's get that from here and bring it upstairs. It'd be nice if we could just break it off this way and then send the overflow out that way. That'd be nice. I think that's exactly what I'll do. Alright. Gonna merger like there. AJ as well, appreciate it. I mean, you've given like loads, so not that anyone has to give anything, but yeah, you've paid for like the whole chat at this point. It's $3.17. Another 800, 450 watching. Shout out to the 450, man. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. I really do appreciate it, but honestly, I don't mean it as any sort of pressure to do that. So, but thank you. Yeah, only ever drop support if you feel like it's worth it, you know. Removing my use of ad block guilt here. Oh yeah, that's all right. Oh, don't worry about it. It's all good. Everyone donate $1. That'd be awesome though. Just even if it happened once, where it's like, oh my god. It's all good. I'll throw, because most people donate more than one a lot of the time, so it's like, it all evens out, I'm sure. And thanks, Brunt. And Caleb as well. Sorry, I nearly missed you there. Appreciate that as well. Thank you. Alright, so this will be our smart splitter. I'll just go, maybe just straight, to the right, we'll say Annie. And to the left, we'll say overflow. Just have to reconnect that real quick. So out this right side, I'm gonna do something like that and just bring it straight up. I'll have to just go upstairs though first. Guy Sillyman. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I did my part. Don't be the last guy in that meme. That's kind of cool, actually. Alright, to make this a little easier on myself, we'll just go a bit further out and see exactly where we need to go. I guess we could just go straight down the line. Oh my god. Perfect. Oh, it's so perfect. Alright, great. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think. High-pitched voice. Pretty sure we have to go over the... Wait, no, that must be way too high. Oh no, it's not, because it's coming from the ground. Maria Prather, thank you very much as well for becoming a channel member. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, my cat was in here. Didn't even notice. And 8 Up Gaming with the 19.99, my go-to Satisfactory tuber. You keep me entertained while in the office. I appreciate that. Honestly, that's a lot, so thank you very much. Really do. Really do appreciate it. Andrew Pierce says, has anyone having a bug where you have a vehicle in a cave, and when you come back to it, it's invisible or under the map? Just happened to me, and it was full of silica. Today, earlier on the stream, we had a vehicle that was... that had reset to the 0, coordinate on the map, but it wasn't originally in a cave, it just did that. So, it might not be to do with the cave, it could just be happening every now and then. Now, when I got back to the truck station, it teleported back to the truck station where it came from. So, maybe that could help you or not, I don't know. I was worried I'd have to go into Satisfactory Calculator and unstuck it. Somehow. 5, 6, 7. Oh my god, thank you guys very much. I really do appreciate it. Danny Bishop as well. Senatored out of his mind. Tier 2'd out of his mind. Thank you. And Cabot Go with the $2 flexing on those $1 jumps. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry. It really is all valued equally. I've been watching a whole lot while working. Thanks for helping time go by. Make a monument around a summer sloop for me. Oh, that's a tough one, man, because it's so tempting just to pick them up. It would be nice to do that. Or, if we ever had an extra one, put one down and build a monument for it. That's what I did for the... I don't need to do this, actually. And also, we only need a Mark 1 belt. Wait. I've made a mistake. This is plastic, not rubber. I was bringing it all the way up to rubber. The plastic needs to come in here. Are these facing the wrong way? Please. Yes. Good job, Darren. Now, one little oversight is that that belt's in the way. This was up here, that would have been pretty good. But then rubber couldn't have fit up here, so it's okay. I suppose the easiest thing to do would just be somewhere like here. Have the stackable pole, just go like that. That's the height we need, right? And there, go down. And that way, we're not in the way. But also, I don't think that'll fit straight in then. And will. for the 5. And Justin McClure. I've been watching for a whole... Oh, I read that already. Did I say the name Justin McClure? I hope I did. The name didn't sound familiar, even though I must have just said it. But thank you, Justin. And then Will, here's 2,000 views. Nice, thank you. Views are my power source, I guess. I was going to say kryptonite, but I meant the opposite of that. What we could do is do this, right? We could go into a merger. That might look weird. Really not the right thing. Has to be along this line. It just has to be. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. Alright. Yep. Alright, here's what's got to be done. It doesn't have to be done this way, but I'm going to do it. The super annoying thing is the cables go straight through. I can't handle that either. Alright, forget it. We'll keep it where it is, and I'll just navigate around. Don't have to be so picky about it. Right, so if this is our plastic, rubber is going to be coming up roughly in the same spot or somewhere similar, right? Rubber is going to be more down there, but it'll travel along and then move up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll actually work out great because rubber can come up then this direction. And it'll just be a little bit offset. We need one of them to be offset. Sorry for taking so long with this. I just try to get it to be kind of neat. So this will be off to the right, but that's kind of perfect. It's where I actually need it to be. Yeah, so we'll do that then. Alright, so that's going to be our rubber one instead. We won't hook that up just now. 8. Where's this? Snap in there. And that only need to be Mark 1. No! Oh my god, I'm alive. AJ again, I think you've been out super chatted. You're welcome, Darren, says Danny Bishop. Been meaning to join for a while. I followed all your update 8 videos and builds along. Taught me a lot for my 1.0 playthrough. Thank you. No, but that's okay. Okay, well at least I got it now. Thanks, AJ. Interaction is why I'm here, and I don't even chat. You could stackable pole just before the merger and straight the belt over to it. I'm gonna go with this, but that could work. Thanks for killing my productivity at the workday. No problem. Pandemonium, great name by the way. Right, so plastic will travel down this line. That off. There it is. And it would go in there. And I'm just going to do what I did before, which was we'll stick this somewhere just in here. So for the amount of plastic, I can't remember what we need exactly. It is 12.5 per machine. There's 10 of them, so 125. Need a Mark III belt then. Be a Mark II after the first machine, I guess. Right, so... There we go. No longer have that weird issue, because we came to the side of it. That's Mark III. So there goes our plastic. So now circuit boards are operational, and this will be rubber, and that only needs to be a Mark I. And I think we're just one space too high, so I'll have to just fix that. Just as a reference point, because it could be awkward to know how high we need to go. That's where I went, so I need to go lower than that. See if this will work. Ah, I have to get rid of that. Always hard to tell if you're too high or not. That's it. Alright, first bits of plastic rolling in. Why is Quickwire stopped? Is the vehicle broken again? No? Oh, there is something wrong. Out of fuel. I'll have to look into that. This place actually makes fuel. I could just set it up with packaged fuel. Certainly wouldn't run out then. I don't know how it's running out of fuel. There's tons of coal in that place. Oh, actually. I feel like we consume as much coal as that factory makes, and I was skimming a little bit off the top. Hello. Yeah, you can show Jinx. Dark. Hard to see. He's kind of a silly cat, we feel. Gotta keep the ball rolling. Oh, I appreciate that, Doughboy. No, it's all good. I mean, I appreciate it, obviously. Keep it coming, but it's all good. I really do think people have supported a lot, so thank you. What do you think about the feature blueprint recipe selection? Like if you have 16 smelters. Yeah, that's so funny you mentioned that, actually, because I've been thinking recently, and we talked about it in the last stream, that I might make blueprints that just don't have, you don't put the recipes in yet, and it'll just say whether or not the direction of the manifold is going in left or right. Something like that. So it's like, oh, just 16 smelters left, 16 smelters right, something like that. And it's a good point, though. I didn't think of it, where you're like, oh, why can't we just mass add the recipe to the group of machines that's there? I mean, I don't know how they do that in the UI. It seems like a bit of an awkward one, but it would be nice, definitely, to have that sort of feature. Alright, yeah, so just gotta, so basically circuit board should be running, but we've stalled on our fuel. I'm thinking, I know that we don't add fuel here, but we do on the other side, but I'm thinking that we could just give them fuel here. Because I make packaged fuel, it goes into a container, it doesn't go anywhere else. So if we just redirect the packaged fuel, oh yeah, look, we even supply it into here. So, we could do something with that, where we send it over and under something. Straight along this line over there. Sure, why the hell not? Let's just do it. And then they've got a better source of fuel for longer. My god, straight belts are so good. Alright, so that'll connect us in. Now, that's going up to a depot, so I guess I will... Alright, there we go. Our fuel hooked up. I'm just going to change it a little bit because there is actually room here, so just use this. Use less space, I'd like to. Alright, so yeah, I could just manually take some out and just give it to the truck, put it back on the route, and then it'll just be fed fuel from there. As for the other ones, actually, maybe just drive up there as well, it'll be quicker. No. Drive! Oh. I don't deserve it after what just happened. It's driving while it's still hot. Danny Bishop as well with the 4. And AJ again, I got you. Thoughts on Stardew Valley? Me and Rosie played it a little bit. It was okay. That's it. Yeah, she's more into those types of games. I like peaceful farming type games, but I'm not a big fan of... I kind of generally like to have a direction. I don't like really games where you've just got no direction at all. What the hell's happening here as well? Is this a deadlock or something? Oh, they're just waiting behind this guy. He ran out of fuel. I think. Yeah, wow. Interesting. Well, everyone will continue their little jobs now. So that it doesn't get confused, I'm going to disconnect. I don't understand how that happened, because they're supposed to be getting coal right here. There's coal on this belt. And this is where it loads from. How did that not feed it? Something weird is happening with the trucks lately, but okay. Just disconnect that. I thought maybe it had run out because the factory was demanding so much, but it's okay. Yes. It should definitely not run out now, that's for sure. But that's just weird because earlier we saw a truck just sitting there. These are weird because I don't get these problems, or I didn't have them in update 8, but we'll see. I also never really use tractors before, I always use trucks. So I don't know if it's that or if it's the update. Duh. 27, okay. He'll figure it out. Don't worry about him. Oh. Thank you for the heads up on that, Doughboy. I actually didn't notice. Is there a place to see your game graphic settings? And maybe there's something special in the config file you did? I haven't done anything special. And I've never adjusted the config file. My graphic settings are here. This help? I don't know if this would help. No, that makes it worse. Let's see. I've locked it to 60 FPS. It's on custom, but everything's just on... You just take a video or clip this, I guess. Clip it, and then you'll be able to see it yourself. But yeah, it's pretty much just ultra or far. I'm not using any upscaling. I'm using TAA. And then global illumination is on high. And bright lighting setting. That's it. I haven't done anything. That's just the way it is. It's getting kind of dark in here though, actually. Might turn on my other light. Nice. Alright, we're filling up. Okay, so hopefully next time it makes this trip. It'll just be dropping down a nice fat stack of Caterium. And here it is. The speed. Arm extends quite early. What's going on? Why don't you have anything? Is this the same little error we saw earlier, where for some reason it drops a pause node? I think it's a tractor thing, because I never had this with trucks, and that's what the other tractor did. It stopped right before the other thing. It never picked up anything. But we just looked. It had loads in it. What the hell's going on? Yeah, look, there's no pause node under it. It's not gold. It's supposed to be gold. I did say when I was driving this route I was a little far from it, which is fair. That was on me. But I'm pretty sure... Oh, we must have just made the first delivery ourselves then. That might be what happened. Alright, we'll just drive this one more time then. So, delete this path. Do it again. Gotta keep it going. You really don't. I appreciate it though. Thank you. It'd be nice if YouTube had hype trains or something, actually. Alright, so. I have issues with my tractor as well. Truck is fine. It might just be the tractor being really small. Because I feel like it definitely messed up on the other one and I didn't change anything. And it definitely did some routes itself. This one, maybe not, because I'm pretty sure I did drive it manually and then it maybe never worked. But I'll make sure I drive really under there. Otherwise, we'll just use trucks. It's not a big deal. But I just thought, why not use tractors? I'm going to go all the way under and in. Definitely in. Nice and safe. Now, we can just adjust that node. Now, when you're driving it, as many people know, the node isn't gold at first. But when we save the route, it should be gold, and it should be latched onto, like, the truck station. See that when we get out, hopefully. I'll keep the nodes on, maybe, until it comes by. Just to be sure. Why did you decide to use tractors? Thought you would have used trucks. I don't know, just because they're... I thought it'd be nice to kind of use a bit of everything. They're a little bit more flexible, and they have a higher turning radius, so I was like... Why not? I suppose. I wonder, are they less fuel efficient? I think people told me that they might be, so it probably will be better to use trucks overall. But it was more for situations like this where it's like, oh, I'm going to take a pretty sharp turn now. And you can do that in a truck, but it's not as sharp. Turning radius is a bit worse. I mean, I've never used them in my normal playthrough. It's only in the stream, I guess people kind of convinced me to try it. I think I deleted the pause nodes. Okay. Maybe I did. Alright, so, again, this is the steel factory. To the oil refinery. Caterium ore. Now, I'll just make sure that that's there. Yep. Alright. Looks good to me. I'm guessing it was just driving error. User error. You can improve game performance by covering belts to prevent rendering and deleting unnecessary foundations. I'd be very surprised if deleting foundations would improve game performance. I don't see why that would be the case. I could see removing belts though. The cat's tail moving in the background is making me laugh. Oh, I can't even see that. Oh, she's up there. Oh yeah, she's up on her spot now. That's good. Jinx? Hello. Gets excited. Right. Caterium's flowing again. Which means we're probably making our first batch of... That's a really low amount of... Oh yeah. I'm the culprit. Much better. Alright, plastic. There we go. Alright, so that'll be our first kind of batches of circuit boards being made. Many of which will just be rolling around into those machines to make computers. But we need the rubber. So rubber is the next thing to bring up, which should be easy. Do the same sort of thing we did down there. Yep. And we'll just put down a little merger here. It's not going to really do anything, but it'll help me latch on to what I need. There we go. Get rid of that now. And then we can just feed this straight across. Alright, so to do that correctly, I suppose we'll have to go here. This will be our smart splitter. Slightly off. Okay. I suppose overflow goes straight ahead. Anything go to the right. We only need a Mark 1 belt, so some of it will just go straight through already. Ooh. I think that's the right height. Oh no, it's slightly too high. Okay. So that'll be it. We just need to put a support or something in the center. Alright, fine by me. Okay, so now... Is that configured correctly? Oh, we haven't actually hooked that up yet, so get rid of this. Mark 4, in you go. Out you go. That can go, and that can go. Right, so that's it then. 60 is now being broken off, the rest flows through, no problem. Suppose you could just use a regular splitter for that actually, but anyway. And then the rubber will go up. So that should be computers now done too, I think. That's our plastic, that's our rubber. Rubber will flow along here. Making Caterium like nobody's business. Quick wire rolling out. Blocked all the way down to the end already. And we also make a little excess Caterium, so we'll have to figure out what to do with that. The excess will be on this line, not that other one over there. So we'd have to, you know, somewhere maybe just there on the middle. Break some off as overflow and send it into like an awesome sink or a dimensional depot, both I guess, and then we could always have like Mark II poles. I like Mark II poles the best. Mark III is great and everything, but it's like too many wires for me anyway. Whereas Mark II just feels right. Stream is glitching, now it's stopped. Yeah, when I was watching the Coffee Stain stream the other day, it did something really weird like that too. And it was on YouTube's end, because once I refreshed it, it worked fine. It's fine for me. Cool. I'm curious how much we all donated. I think it might tell me on my other screen. No, it only tells me after the fact, I think. If I say this day, it says $97.5 in total from Super Chats and 6 memberships. Again, thank you. That's so funny you say McDonald's. I hadn't been to McDonald's in ages, but I went today. I got McDonald's today. Yeah, it is weirdly expensive. Yeah, I just got nuggets and chips. I wasn't that hungry. I just wanted to get out of the house, honestly, and just do something and just get something really quick. And I think the quality of their burgers and everything, at least in the area I'm in my experience in England, it's really, really not good. I shouldn't say England. I've only been in this little area down the south. But I noticed when I came over here, it's like the 3 McDonald's I've been to are like way worse than they were the 2 I've been to really in Ireland. And I was like, oh, I just thought it was supposed to be the same everywhere. But it's like way worse. Anyways, so whenever I do go over here, I just get like chicken nuggets because I can't even have like the burgers. They're like so bad. That's just me. Did you make your no? So the reason I wanted to know about the chicken curry thing that person was making was when I say like I'm food depressed and I'm trying to get ideas for meals, it was just to get ideas. I haven't made it yet, but it is in the to-do list. But I haven't really made home-cooked food properly in a while. I've just been so busy. I used to cook like all the time. Every meal, I would cook it, and I'd make bulk amounts of food and have it throughout the week. Because Rosie, my partner, is vegan, and I'm not. So we don't eat together pretty much ever. She wasn't always vegan either. We've been together 13 years, and maybe 10 years ago she became vegan. Anyways, there's our circuit boards, by the way. Good to see. Just wanted to see them rolling on in. I'll catch those in just 1 second. Oh, gotta make it an even 100. Well, now Canole's done another 2. Gotta go up to 200, I guess. That's how it works, right? Or I'll donate 2 to someone. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, the veganism thing. So anyway, because of this, it's really difficult to make meals for just one, or to get meals for one. You often go to the supermarket, kind of pre-packaged meals are often for 2. So I'll often just get takeaways and stuff just for 1 lately, but not that often. Maybe twice a week, which for me is way more than it ever used to be. But I feel like I've had to. But yeah, anyway, I'd like to. I was trying to get ideas for things I could make that I could make quickly in 1 night, or that I can bulk make that will do me like 2 or 3 nights. And normally I just default to things like, yeah, Thai curries or chili con carne. I make like I like to think anyway, really good chili con carne. Other times I'll have like salmon or steak or whatever. Buggy Stick. Goddamn. Make it rain. Thank you so much, Buggy Stick. $100 donation. I still have to add your name to the website and write it down. Not that anyone probably cares, but I care. It's tradition. A few names that have built up now that have dropped 100, because you've earned it already from gifting like insane amounts of subscribers. Just writing it down. Thank you, Buggy. Really do appreciate it. Honestly, thank you. More people donate, the more I just feel guilty that I don't do enough. Alright, well we did it. We're making circuits and we're making computers. That is done. So we could, I'd like to update my little amounts just to see exactly what we're doing now. Just step away from this machine just a little bit. Thanks again, Buggy Stick. Do you have a public email? I want to send you something. Yeah, whatdarrenplays@outlook.com. I'm behind on emails, just so you know. There's oh, by the way, I don't know if any of this person's in the chat. Someone has sent me a great, like, portfolio of work they've done for rebranding, like, my logos and stuff, and it looks really, really nice. I got it. I saw it on Saturday. It's one of those emails that deserves a really thoughtful response. Therefore, I haven't gotten to it yet, because I need to give you a proper response. So yeah, just wanted to mention that. That's something that's been hanging on in my inbox. I've also got a sponsorship in my inbox. Been there for a few days as well. I need to get to. At outlook.com. Outlook.com. What Darren plays at outlook.com. It's if you go to whatdarrenplays.com, in the about section, the email's there. And also it's in my about section on YouTube. Did my super chat go through? Says E. Jackson. No, I don't see it. Nope. AJ Brun, Slick One Guy, Sillyman, Cameron Devries, 8up Gaming, Cabot Go, Justin McClure, Will, AJ, Pandemonium, Doughboy, AJ, Danny Bishop, Doughboy, AJ, Maria, AJ, Canole, and Buggy Stick. Those are all the names that it says. It didn't pop up in the chat either. Hopefully you didn't get billed for it. I want to support you, dang it, never done one. I'm sure if it didn't pop up, because it didn't come up on YouTube either, not just my alerts, like in the chat, it must not have gone through. Sometimes when it's your first, and I appreciate that by the way, so don't worry about it, but sometimes when it's your first one, maybe your bank or PayPal or whatever might hold it, and you might have to approve it or something because it's unsure, you know, if what you've done is right, or for some reason it just didn't go through. But you have access to your bank. I would just check just to make sure, or PayPal or whatever you used. You tried twice. Yeah, I don't know then. I'm sorry. Or yeah, obviously I really appreciate the even trying it twice is really generous, because most people would be like, oh, screw it. So I see a pending charge, but I didn't see it on screen. I'll make a note. If it happens, I'll let you know. Well, I won't be able to let you know, I guess, but I'll just make a note, and then if you're here on the next stream or something, hopefully I'll know. E. Jackson. Sure, it's me. It could be a first-time thing, or it could be sometimes regions that do that. Anyway, I do appreciate it. Really do. And thanks for trying. Because, you know, most people, if it didn't work, people are like, ah, screw it, whatever. They try multiple times and then to... You know, it's really nice. How do I get your name... How do I get my name on your outro after your videos? If you remember, which you are now, so you'll get it in the next month. Every month I do the credits. So it's not going to change for 3 weeks now, but it'll be in the next one. Right, so I was just doing up the amounts. We're making 7.5 computers per minute. We now have to adjust the other numbers. So rubber, 22.5 times 2. 5. So rubber, we take 45 away from this. That leaves us with 110. How much we have available. Plastic, we have to do that next as well. Ragnar the Human. The 5 super chat. Slightly over. And he said, just to make it an odd number. Oh, that's so annoying. I still have so many letters left. Do you know of the Meeseeks box in the top bunk in the hub? Yeah, I think people showed me actually on the first day, and I like Rick and Morty, and Meeseeks is awesome. But I didn't clock it. I didn't make the connection of what that was, actually. People have to tell me. I wouldn't have got the reference. I'm not that diehard of a fan, I guess. So this was 125. 75 minus 125 is 50. Left with 50. Alright. The next thing, we're making circuit boards. 8.75. So 87.5. But we're obviously consuming right now 30. So that's 57.5. What we have left. I want to double check that because I sometimes get those numbers mixed up with the adaptive control units. Yep. Even it back out. Thank you again. Your message was deleted by StreamElens. Gonna be kind of famous. Go Daza. Sorry, yeah, I guess it if it's all caps it deletes messages. I should change that because I don't really mind all caps. I think there's a setting for if it's like all caps in a row over and over again. I don't mind it once, you know, one-offs. I mean, honestly, I don't really mind it anyway, but most people do. People are like, stop shouting in chat. I work in risk with payment industry. It's not uncommon for pending charges to show, even when payments are denied. Yeah. I'm certain you won't be just billed and it doesn't show up. If it goes through, it will. I'm certain it'll show up. How much would it cost for you to do a belt-only run? What does that mean? Oh, so like no roads, trains, trucks, just do belts? Honestly, that's not that hard. It's quicker and easier than doing trains and stuff. People mostly do transport because it's fun. But with a few blueprints... Like, I've got a blueprint for logistics. Maybe I don't have it here. Architecture? Oh, yeah. It's like I've got this... it doesn't actually have it right now, but it'll travel 3 belts. Oh, yeah, there they are. I had a version where it's 1, 2, and 3. And same for pipes. And it's like, yeah, you just make these. And just, you know, it's like a walkway with, like, the belts built into it. So I'd probably just blueprint belts as far as I can. Connect them. Cross foundations. It'd be a little tedious, I suppose. But not that bad. It would require less power than like having to set up trucks and fuel them and get their problems sorted, you know. But how much would it cost me? I wouldn't put a number on it. I don't want to encourage anyone. $100,000, I guess. I'd do it then. Yeah, so anyways. Just trying to think what would I do with the 100,000. Quick wire. We make quick wire and we consume it. We make 500 quick wire. We have that up here actually. 500. What we make now. And we're consuming. Definitely 105 is gone. And then these are consuming 375. So we were left with 20, wasn't it? Yeah. Alright, I think that's it, right? So we're left with 20 quick wire. We've updated our plastic and rubber numbers. We're now making 7.5 circuit boards, or computers, and 57.5 circuit boards. That's not it, folks. We still have to make the adaptive control units. And before we can do that, we got to make heavy modular frames. So, in order to do this now, we're not going to be doing high volume heavy modular frames. We need, for the adaptive control units, we just need 2 per minute. And we can make 2 per minute with just 1 machine. So ideally, 2 machines might be good to have. I can't even do that though right now, actually. So we'll just do 1 machine. We'll do 1 machine. It's going to make 2 per minute. And that'll give us the, because I'm limited by the beams. I make 12 beams per minute. It needs 10. Steel pipe, we've got enough of that. And the modular frames, got enough of that. We have 35. You need 10. Screws, we don't make anything. You need 240. Yeah, well, we'll just find an iron node. Crank out some screws. How hard can that be? We have the cast screw recipe, so. Alright, job done. So, heavy modular frames it is. How much time is in the stream? 3 hours? I was late starting it, but we can keep going a bit longer. I'd like to finish the whole thing today if we could. It seems weird that Endgame doesn't show graphs of how much you produce. Yeah, kind of to an extent, I guess. I know a lot of people want that. I wouldn't really care too much to have that in the game as a priority. I'd rather they do other things. But I have long since said, what I think would be an awesome way to integrate something like that into the game would be to use the signs that are in the game already. So you build a sign like this. And then maybe with cables, you attach it to the power network of a factory or a switch on a factory. Something. Right, just something. It doesn't matter what it is. And yeah, you could like attach that then to multiple signs, and then you can set the sign. You could be like, I want to read out of productivity, like productivity, please, or I want to read out of the number of online machines, or whatever the numbers are, the amount we produce. So that way you could have then a few of these, like that, and they're all hooked up to your node, right? Like 4 of them are hooked up to that. And then you're like, yeah, this one's the productivity one, this one's the whatever. It's whatever the machines can show, right? So it's like the productivity number, it will be an average of all the machines connected to it. The output number, when they're all just added up and combined. The input numbers, when they're all combined. Maybe, you know, 1 or 2 other things. I just think, anyway, making it practical like that, like tied to something, I think would be kind of cool. Because obviously, yeah, sure, you could just maybe click a button and see it in UI. Maybe that's the most user-friendly way to do it. But if there's something about the tactile nature of making it on the signs, I think would be really nice. And you could even have like the graph ones if you wanted to, if you wanted to get crazy with it. And that way they encourage, it's like very satisfactory. That way they encourage you to keep the, like, you know, stuff that use the things that's in the game already, rather than like making it like other factory games where it's just part of the UI or something like that. I just like the practicality of that. I mentioned it on a stream before, and I think someone said that they'd make a post for it on the QA site. So I don't know if they did. I never saw. But if it's there, upvote it, you know? I think it'd be cool. And it seems like somewhat of an easier way for them to do it. Because the data's in the game already. The sign assets are there. Maybe how you hook them up might have to change something, I guess. But like if you're designing a whole new UI screen, I feel like that's just a lot more work. This is like a low cost development way to do it. Slightly. You still have to design the UI, I guess, that displays on the signs a bit, but I feel like it'd be the quickest way to do it. But what do I know? Alright, let's get out of here. I'd like to drive, if I could, please. In fact, I could probably just make another one. Another Explorer. Yep. And we are full on fuel. Let's go. Because people have made mods, I think, that do something like this already. Anyway, love to see you still streaming. Hey, Nview? I'm sorry, after seeing what Call does with grass, I really do wish Satisfactory would have something similar. C-O-L, Call. I don't know what that is. Do you have the encased pipe recipe? Yes, I'm making beams with pipes, actually, at the moment. I have a lot of free pipes, so we could make more. I'm sorry, Enview. Love to see you still streaming. Did you enjoy Frostpunk? I haven't seen your series yet. On my list of things to watch. I'm loving it. I think it's awesome. It's probably my game of the year. I'm really slow though when I play. Some people have said it in the comments, not much, but I definitely know that I'm like really slow. But I like to get super immersed in the game. Like the choices weigh heavily on me. But I will say that me taking it so slow and really mulling over decisions a lot has made the game quite easy. I'm actually doing really well. Or it seems that way. So I'm like 10 hours into the save. I'm like halfway through chapter 2. And I've gotten past the first big whiteout that hits. I won't spoil anything, but like if you know anything about the game, you should know where I am then. And you can do all that in about maybe... You could probably do it in 2 hours. Now, if you're new to the game, you wouldn't do it that quick. But I'm probably twice as slow as I should be. I've tried to start cutting things out of the videos now that I feel like if I'm spending a long time making a decision, just cut it out. But I read all the events. I'm like super into it. I love it. I think it's so cool. I was blown away that you can like manage multiple settlements. I had no idea you could even do that. Right, so the reason I'm back here is because upstairs is where we're going to put the manufacturing to make the heavy modular frames, right? This is all backed up now because it's just making modular engines and versatile frames. Let's just send this into an awesome sink at least. Give these guys like an outlet. Oh, it's just too close to the thing. Damn. I don't even know why I'm doing this. It's full. Obviously, these belts don't need to do that. Just send them into... Need to go, Darren. Need to do that either. Get where it needs to go. Right. I need a waste disposal bin. There, just a little extra that we don't need and go away. That should keep everything running. Anyways, yeah, I fixed the slow-moving plastic. Thank you. Wait till the new Anno game comes out, Darren. I reckon the new Anno is going to be better than Frostpunk. Yeah, I mean, maybe. It's a well, I wouldn't say completely different, but it's quite a different game. I don't know though. I'm so cynical. I just can't even begin to get my hopes up, especially for a Roman game. I've just had the main reason I'm so cynical in general is because of a game called Total War Rome 2. I was like I was a different person before that game came out, and I was a different person after it came out. And it might be sad to say that, you know, my personality is somewhat colored by that game's release, but that's just how much I cared. Rome Total War, the first game, is my favorite game ever. I don't think it's, you know, that list kind of changes. Like, I'd say The Last of Us is up there and certain other games, but definitely, for its time, best game ever for me. So it's holds a very special place in my heart, especially with some mods. And it's the game where I started looking into modding, and I started learning how to do game development, and I ultimately decided I'm gonna make games one day. And I went to college for it, and I worked at the studio then that made the game. It was like a dream come true. Well, Rome 2 was like so bad and such a lie that it was like so disappointing, like to the extreme. I was the guy that was like, I was in work at the time, I was a programmer for a games company, and I was telling everyone, I was like, this is going to be amazing. My wallpaper was like from the game, and I was watching the trailer over and over and over again. Couldn't wait. And it looked so great. And it was like a Cyberpunk level situation. It just wasn't what they showed. The trailer that they showed, it was nothing like that. It didn't exist in the game. This whole thing. And then another little Roman game came along a bit later. So that was one thing that was like, I was just broken then from then on to be like, I can never trust anything I see. And not just that, like, I just became so cynical, especially at working at the company. Then it really destroyed a lot of the magic, I think. And I worked at a games company before then, but that company, no. Anyways, and that's why I left it. Now, another Roman game was coming out that I was really looking forward to. That sounded like it was doing everything right. And I'll play the game in a second. This game, I mean. But just give me the floor for a moment here. I love Stellaris. Stellaris is an amazing, in my opinion, was, maybe not so much anymore, but, you know, anyway, was an amazing 4X type game by Paradox. It's brilliant. I love it. And yeah, I've had an up and down history with it. I've always loved it, but certain updates I didn't really like, and certain direction. I kind of just wish they would just leave the game now and make the next one or something. It's been like 8 years. Just kind of sick of Paradox, like, just sticking with... some people love it, but I don't want them sticking with one game and doing 2 expansions a year. I'd rather they do nothing and then 3 years later make a new game. You'll get way more content that way. For less, actually. But it's not even about that. It's just, I just feel like it'll push them to innovate a bit more rather than building on old code all the time. Anyways, after Stellaris, I was like, this is awesome. They get it. The big turnoff for Paradox to me was often that the games didn't really have much art, and it was very like text heavy, spreadsheet simulator, all this kind of thing. And some people love that and everything. That's cool, like EU4 and CK2 and all of that. But after Stellaris, I was like, they get it. This is like their best-selling title. I think it still is. Oh no, I think CK3 is now. But anyway, I was like, sweet, they added art. They didn't lose the depth. They just added art, and it's brilliant. Love it. So, what did they announce after that? And Hearts of Iron 4 came out in the same year, actually, as that. And that's also like a really great game. They announced Imperator Rome, and I'm like, this is going to be brilliant. So I played EU Rome before it, because I had never played it before, to get a feel for it. And I was like, yeah, this is going to be super dope, because it's a real deep EU type game, but they're going to modernize it, and I'm sure they'll have like the art from Stellaris. Nope. And then they just made the baffling choices, where they abstractified or gamified like almost everything in it. So you have populations. The map is like broken up into regions and tiles, right? So it's all regions. And it's like, oh, we have like a Jewish population here and the Roman pantheon religion here, right? So there's 2 different religions. And it's like, okay, you want to spread your religion? You just click that region and click a button and they convert. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Because you have a currency that you build up called religious zeal, and you spend it to convert people. I'm like, it's like a mobile game or something. It's like, I just don't get why you do that. And it's like, oh, you spend your diplomacy points to do diplomacy. It's like, why can't we just do diplomacy? Why do we need to, like, have a currency for everything? And that's just the EU way, I guess. Anyway, a lot more goes into it. So that was just another Roman game that was like a dagger through my heart. And there's way more that goes into that one, because I ended up getting blacklisted by Paradox because I was sponsored and I was excited and I just like blew the whole lid off the thing saying this sucks. When I shouldn't have. That's my bad. It wasn't quite that bad or dramatic. I just kind of said like, oh, it's kind of like EU Rome, but with mana and better graphics. And they discontinued the sponsorship and they cut it off halfway through and they blacklisted me. I didn't talk with them for like 4 years. And only just recently they started talking with me again, but they still don't send me anything, which is fine. But they did, their publishing arm has started like reaching out to me. I don't know if they know that I'm the same person or what, but they've, because I have a different channel name now, so maybe not. And I've reached out to them before to mend those bridges, but they told me they're not interested. So say, okay, it's fine. Because I don't review games anymore. Anyways, so I don't want to get my hopes up for Anno 117. If it's great, it'll be great, whether I'm hyped or not. So I'll just wait. And if it's great, I'll be happy. If I'm happy beforehand and hyping it up, and it's not great, kill myself. So let's just say that that'll be a game, and we'll see how it pans out. Right now, Ubisoft are shitting the bed everywhere, except for that little studio. Also, I noticed that their share price was extremely low. And I was like saying in my Discord, I was like, I think it might be worth buying their shares because it's like €9 a share. And of course, people were like, oh, Ubisoft suck. You shouldn't do that. They're worthless. They're crap. Assassin's Creed's garbage. It's formulaic garbage, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I don't know. They've got a lot of important IP. They're pretty big. I don't think they're worth €9 a share. So it went up to 10. And it started to stabilize, and then I bought £500 of it, which is, you know, low, I guess, generally. I don't have much money, but I wasn't, like, risking everything on it. But I was like, I'll just put 500 in and see what happens. A week later, it went up 30%. Sitting on 750 now. Made me want to do a bit of this, you know? It's starting to come back down now, though, a bit. I haven't sold. I'll hold on, I still think they're worth more. Anyways. Are those sushi belts? I don't have no sushi belt. Well, I have some sushi belts somewhere going into awesome sinks. Oh, back in this place, yeah. All right, I'll focus back up. Sorry for the rant, but it's good to take a little break after we just got all that stuff done. Now it's heavy modular frames, and I'll focus back up. I hear you're Rome Total War, and I raise you Medieval 2. I'll raise you this. Rome is far better. Medieval 2 is fine, but it's a mod for Rome 1, and it's a good one, sure. Medieval 2 was made by a satellite studio in Australia that took Rome 1 and made a decent mod for Rome 1, but Rome 1's a better game. But I like Medieval 2. Don't get me wrong. They're both bangers, but Rome 1 every day for the variety of armies alone. Everyone in fucking Medieval 2 is a knight. Sorry for swearing. Is like a knight. You're either a knight or you're like Muslim. And it's like, okay, cool. We have like basically 2 factions. And that's cool. That's the time period. Whatever. But Rome, we got the Carthaginians. Way different to the Greeks. Way different to the Romans. Way different to the barbarians. Way different to the Scythians. If you want to get a little crazy, you could then start to subdivide and go, well, you go up far enough, you get to the Parthians. They have a little bit of elements of different things too. Can't beat it. Anyways. Spartans. Right, I said I was going to build 1 manufacturer. I could maybe go for 2 if we could increase the encased industrial beams, which I think we could do. How long did it take me to reach 144,000 subs on YouTube? I don't know. I first started doing my first YouTube videos in 2014. No, in 2013. Actually, even before that, but let's forget that. With my first channel, Republic of Play, which is a review games channel. It was called Darren Total War. I'll read that in just a second. Aaron, by the way, appreciate it though. Very, very, very super quick brief history of me. 2013, Rome 2 comes out. I get so mad that I make a YouTube channel and start critiquing and reviewing it because I just come out fresh off of a degree in game development. AI was just a joke. It was their 7th patch in 6 weeks, and I was like, it was just not working, and I was like, that's it. Making a video, I just don't know what else to do. You couldn't refund games back then on Steam. You couldn't even have user reviews. IGN gave it a 9. It was a different time back then. So yeah, so I made videos and I was like, I think the first one was just called This is Patch 7, and it was just showing how the AI couldn't reach the walls. I was defending a settlement. They just couldn't reach the wall. I was just standing there. They wouldn't do anything. They were going in circles. And I'm like, this is just so ridiculous. This is so broken. It sold over 2 million copies in its first month, and no one's talking about it in terms of games journalists and stuff. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Just because it's a strategy game, it gets relegated and no one pays attention to it. It's so frustrating, despite its massive success. Anyways, make a YouTube channel. It's called Darren Total War. Does its thing. I make videos on the DLC. They also had 10 DLCs within the first year. So I make videos reviewing the DLCs because nobody was doing that. So I was just reviewing the DLCs and reviewing the patches and talking about them when it came out. But I found great success with it. I must have gained, at least for me, I gained like 15,000 subs within 6 months or something. But coming from nothing, like the videos are getting more views than those subscribers every time. Maybe 20 or 30,000. Like the first video had like 100,000 views. I was like, this is amazing. It's great. None of it was monetized. I just did it all for fun. Anyway, so did that, but then eventually, long story short, Creative Assembly noticed me, got hired, I worked there, worked in marketing for them, worked there for a little while, and Darn Total War as a YouTube channel grew to about 33,000 subscribers. Then so this is, their game came out 2013. I joined in 2015, and I left in late 2017. So you could say it took me a couple years to get to 33,000, but I'd stopped really uploading once I worked there a lot. But then I decided to leave, and I rebranded my channel, something that people know I like to do, I guess, from Darren Total War to Republic of Play. The idea being, I'd like to go and review strategy games, but not necessarily just Total War. And then I want to take my name out of it, because I was like, oh, you know, maybe one day I'd hire someone, they could work with me. Anyway, it was a risky move, because for lots of reasons, but also strategy games take a long time to play and learn, and then to communicate that back in a review. It's just like, you won't be uploading very frequently, and it's a niche in and of itself anyway. The idea was to be backed on Patreon. I had a decent backing, maybe 500 backers or something like that. Oh no, it was 500 like dollars, maybe like 100 backers. So I was like, whatever, we'll build from there. But I ran out of money after like 6 months because I didn't have that much saved. Like I had about 6 months worth. So I started doing then like just general videos, anything I could do to kind of survive. Started making like videos on developer diaries from Paradox Games and all these other things to supplement in between reviews, which is great. Kept growing and growing and growing. Channel was growing just fine, but the views were kind of like up and down depending on whatever I covered. Eventually reached 120,000, or no, about 80,000, let's say. And I had the idea to set up a Let's Play channel. I was like, okay, I'm playing these strategy games anyway. I was also streaming 5 days a week on Twitch. To middling success, about maybe 80 to 100 viewers, something like that. And I was largely playing the games that I'd end up reviewing. So it's like, okay, cool, you know, I got sent this early or whatever, I'm gonna play it on stream and then build up like all the info I need to then review it and then release it. Anyway, so that's what I was doing, and I was doing that for several years. So from 2017 when I started all the way up until about 2020, and then I made a Let's Play channel and I started doing Let's Plays on Anno. The funny thing is, I reviewed Satisfactory when it went into early access, and I said it was like an amazing game. It got like 5,000 views. Other reviews would do really well, 50,000, 100,000, but it was just random. I just felt like it was a shotgun blast. You never know. Like it's the same effort I put into each one, but I just never know if it's going to stick for either thumbnail reasons or whatever. So clearly I wasn't really building much of an audience for me. People would just come in, check a review, and bounce. Anyways, I make a Let's Play channel. Started doing Let's Plays there, Imperator Rome, Stellaris, some of these other strategy games. And then I covered Anno, and those are doing great. And it was providing much steadier income and views, because it was consistent. Even if it was only 1,000 or 2,000 per video, really consistent. Much more reliable than not knowing what's going to happen next month, which is a stressful way to live for so long. Anyways, Let's Play channel started doing really well. And even though only the videos are going to get 6,000-7,000 views, maybe not even that, per video, it started like earning way more than the Republic of Play channel. So I was like, this is cool. And it was called Republic of Let's Play. And I was like, this is great. Now I have the money stable to do reviews. Like, they can pay for the reviews while I focus on building that up. I just never really got it to the point where I was happy. Like, again, some reviews would be 100,000-200,000, very successful, seemed great, great discussion, and then 5,000 views on the next one. Don't know why. Don't know what I did wrong. Just the type of game I covered. Not sure. Just is what it is. So, could never really figure it out. So eventually I said, fuck this. I'm just going to do the Let's Plays. Because at least that's going well. There's no review sort of pressure or toxicity that you kind of get. Because it's like, if I put out a negative opinion, everyone calls me a hater. Put out a positive opinion, everyone calls you a shill. Like, I'm just going to step back from that then. Even though it was generally, my reviews actually were received fairly well. Like, I really didn't have much of a problem there. And, I rebranded one more time. I said, okay, forget Republic of Play. It's still there. Has 120 or 130,000 subs. But I'm going to make What Darren Plays. And that's what I did in 2022. So I did my final streams on Twitch. Said goodbye to everyone. It was emotional. Felt bad. Because those are the people that really backed me from the beginning when I had nothing. So I always felt indebted to them. And I didn't want to just leave. They stuck with me for so long. Certain names that were there from all the way back in 2017. Certain names even from before then. On Patreon and the like. Anyways. Yeah, the Anno playthrough is the one that was like, it did really, really well. And I was like, wow, like I'm putting maybe 20% of my time into the Let's Plays and 80% of my time to reviews when the income is like the opposite. I get probably 80% of my income from the Let's Plays. So I was like, what if I just leaned in fully? Maybe it would do better then. And I like doing it. It's not like I didn't like it. So it's like, this would be easier. It's less pressure and it's doing better. So I rebranded, called it What Darren Plays. And since then, I started Satisfactory around that time, or just before, I think. And the Satisfactory videos have done it even better than Anno did. And yeah, so that's it. So how did I get to 144,000? I don't know. Or how long it took. It's just been going on and on and on. I haven't really kept track of it. Sorry for the history lesson. I think I'm going to go to the steel place, see if we can increase the amount of beams. If I can, then very simply, I'll know that I can build 2 machines. If it's only 2 machines, it's just a matter of hooking up belts, and then we're pretty much almost done. Alright, let's go. I don't think I've ever seen a fight in a Total War game, and I give them all 10. You give them all a 10, but oh, you're right, you just played the campaign? Oh, and sorry, Aaron, that was so long ago. For the super chat, he said, just hopped onto the stream to say thanks, loving the series, and I appreciate your ability to calmly answer the same questions for 7 hours. Keep it up. Thank you. I'm sorry it took a while to get to you there. Oh, I was trying to get in. I was going to turn off the nodes. I'll get him on the way back. How would you balance 17 refineries for pure ingot, for pure iron recipe, or would manifold be better? I would just use manifold. Yeah. The way I would do it though, if you're trying to balance it, is I would add more refineries till you get something like 20. And then underclock them to consume the same amount. So say that you have, I don't know if you're still there, but let's say that, hey babe, let's say you know you need 17 for some reason, right? So you look at this and you're like, okay, all of them are making 30 per minute, whatever the number is, doesn't really matter. And you're like, okay, I need 17 of them. That's how I can balance my numbers, whatever. Then what you do is you go, okay, well, what if I had 20? Well, you look at the 17, you go, okay, 17 times 30, because it's the output. The number of machines times the output, 510. So you know that's what you're getting out. And then you'll say, well, what if I had 20 machines? Well, then you just go 510, your output, divided by 20, and that's what they would be putting out each. So you go, okay, 25.5. So now I'll go 25.5, and then it adjusts the machine, and you say, okay, they're all going to be running at 85%. So if you want to load balance a little bit easier when you have unusual numbers, try to get your number to something that's less unusual. So splitters are in 3s, right, and mergers. So if you had 21 refineries, for instance, and the target was 510 or whatever the number was that you were trying to put out. If you had 21, then you know that every machine should be doing 24.285714, whatever it is. You can actually just copy that, paste that into the output, and it'll sort itself out. And then you could evenly split your like little splitters, you know, into chains of 3 or whatever to get into like 21 machines or whatever the amount is. So hopefully that helps. That's a way of doing manifold, or not manifold, load balancing, when you feel like it's like, oh, I need like 8.5 machines, what do I do? Like, well, you just build the amount you think that would be good, and then split, and then underclock them all to the number that's achievable. And the power is actually kind of saved that way. Well, kind of. If you did the opposite and you put overclockers in, you'd lose power, so don't do that. Do you ever find that your trucks just randomly disappear? Today, yes, that's been happening. Our tractors have been. They fixed themselves, but it did happen. The total build's going to have 51 refineries. You can dual stream both on YouTube and... Yeah, you weren't able to back in the day. I don't want to be on Twitch, though, at the moment. How far behind is your save file on Google Drive from your stream? Just the last stream, I think. So 4 hours behind, I guess. For however long we've been going today. Thanks again, JC Henop, for the channel membership. Alright, so in looking at steel pipes, we make 108 that we're not doing anything with. So we could add more of these. Because currently we make 4, 8, 12. We make 12. We need 20, isn't it? Happy modular frame. So for 2 machines, it'd be 20 per minute. Okay, yeah, we could do 20 per minute. Need another 3 of these. I'm gonna do this quick and dirty. How hard can it be? How many pipes do you take actually to do that? $72 more. That's okay. I don't know where that's going. Where are you going? Oof. And then these are coming up here. Okay, we can just push that back, I guess. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to cut off the steel pipes just briefly there. I cut that. Figure that out in a moment. Probably needs to be a Mark II, I guess. Right, so that's the steel pipes. Then we need to do your little buddies, the concrete. I hope I've got enough concrete. Or, like, available to me. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Alright, power. Okay, power. Now we just need to feed in the pipes. Hey Jay, appreciate that. Yes, feels like it's been too long since my last super chat. Oh, you're okay. I think you've paid your way for a while now. I think, Justin, you just get used to knowing that it's not everyone asking, not everyone knows what people have asked before, so it's fair. Darn, I can't place your accent. Are you from the Midwest? I live in Michigan. You sound like you live here. I'm from Ireland, so not America. And I live in the south of England at the moment. I don't know how I didn't see that before, because I saw KC Duckert saying across the pond ages ago. I don't really know what any of this is doing anymore. Let's get rid of that for a moment. This is all of our pipe merging. And then we could say out the left is overflow. Just say none for now. At the right could be overflow. Go right over there. And line up that nicely though. Now with, I feel like I don't need a big container like we have right now. Try to drain it. Let's just empty that out. So I can move it. Alright. Oh, smart splitter. Alright, that's pipes done. We have to increase the amount of concrete that we make. So, in this recipe, in this one, it's 20 per minute. And we just have 6 machines, I want to say? Only 120 per minute. That should be really easy then. We have all these capable of making concrete. Production's been paused. How much is it? 120, right? 15. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we can just slap on the 8th one. Right here. Ah. That's fine. That's gonna hit the pipe, okay. That didn't need to be there. So I guess we'll turn on these. Mark III belts. Wow, someone was feeling fancy. Now, 8 times 45. There's our problem, really, isn't it? 8 times 45 is 360. There we go. 360. Mark forward out of our mines, feeding all the way down, and then we just need to bring this back up. Somewhere like there. It's actually hitting something. Okay. If it works, it works. Just looked outside and saw light. Oop. And realized it's not 5:10 a.m. and I've been watching for 3.5 hours. Yeah, didn't you say you were about to go to bed or something? Just the one. Oh, even better. Alright, we're now making more. The only problem with this is we don't have a way to get this out of here. Has to go over to our other factory. Oh, well, we do. There's truck stations and all sorts here. Needs to go downstairs. And we're gonna drive it over, I guess. Now, is this in use? Don't think it is. Use this one. That is in use. That's supposed to be steel beams, but we just cut it off a second ago. Have to go upstairs and fix that. Is this drained yet? No, it's gonna take ages to drain. So the steel beams that are made up here, yeah, they need to go back down. Alright. Don't like seeing all these flashing on and off. We gotta fix all that. I just need to go to the bathroom. Back in a second. That's not an option. That's nice to hear. Marius, cool name by the way. You're using an inversed color scheme with red being the color for no errors or overlapping. I don't think I am. So blue is your default placement to say that things are okay. Orange would be, it's okay, but it's soft clipping. Red would say, no, you're not allowed to do that. Alright, back in a sec. AJ, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. It's just you now. Title bar. I gotta be honest. So his question is, being from Ireland, I assume not Northern Ireland. You assume correctly. You follow the EPL or IPD? I've never heard of either of those. But no. But what team? I don't even know what sport that is. IPD. Or EPL. I don't know. But no, I'm not very Irish. Damn, you're quick. I actually took longer. Well, I won't say why I took longer, but I took longer than I would have normally otherwise. I got distracted. My runs on a higher grade belt. Yeah, I can normally go way quicker than that. It's soccer and football. I just wouldn't even know what it stands for though. IPD, Irish Players Division, something like that. Man, it would take me a long time to remember Like, I know GAA, right? Yeah, I just hadn't heard those terms. But no, my dad's not really into sports, so I just feel like I never was either. And when I was in school, like, I played it a bit. I played indoor soccer and Gaelic football and a little bit of hurling when I was growing up. I just never liked any of it. I'm not that good at it. The sports I was good at was like tennis and badminton and stuff. I was decent at those. But yeah, just never really liked contact sports. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's quite contact sport, but like rugby and Gaelic football. Never really into it. My dad was always like, "You're not doing that kind of stuff." Didn't want me to get hurt. I was very small. I'm not that big now, but when I was a kid, people thought I was gonna be like 5 foot for a long time because it's just really small. I'm like 5'10" now, maybe. I'm probably 5'9". I haven't really checked in a long time, but around those numbers. Greetings from South Africa. Loving the stream after a hard day's work. If you pronounce my last name correctly, I'll do another super chat. JC Henop. Henop? South Africa. Henop. Two hands. I finished my second playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance. I started before the game got delayed. I'll have to wait a few more months. Oh, right, you were trying to lead in. Oh, that's a good idea, yeah. That's a shame. Now there's an end to the spam. Nice. Oh, I didn't mind. I like seeing screenshots and stuff every now and then. I don't read everything in my Discord anymore. I can't keep up. Especially like Vinsanity's CK3 campaigns. Right. Oh yeah, sorry, I remember what we're doing now. We're trying to bring the steel down. So I think in case industrial beams might go there instead, it would mean having to redrive this route. But I don't mind, they're kind of driving a bit weird anyway. And then this one could be the steel instead, which might work out better. Just for the layout of the factory. So, if that's the case, if we just work from this spot. Get our floor hole. No. It's a double layered foundation. Shouldn't have done that in this place because I've just been too lazy to do any cosmetics, so there's really no need to do that. Free in case. Alright. So steel beams needs to go there, and steel beams are made up here. It'll be easy enough, especially if we just bring this over. What should I use trains for? Are they used for like transporting a large amount of iron ore to a distant factory to make materials? A lot of people would tell you if you shouldn't really move ore via train, that you should probably move the ingots because there's less of them. Like refining the ore down, more better compact space. Although you could do it. It depends what you want. I mean, some people use trains for moving almost everything. I personally think that trains should be used for moving high volume of goods somewhere else. So that's what I think they're there for. I think that's why they are where they are in the game and when you unlock them. But and like trucks and tractors and stuff are for more lower volume, more local routes. Not too hard to, it doesn't take too long to drive back and forth between two places. But a train is like long distance, big volume. That's just how I read it. You also get drones later, which is almost like a mixture of the two in some ways. Although I guess volume-wise it's definitely the lowest actually, but I think drones are more for getting to hard-to-reach places. But people use them en masse to do loads of things. But yeah, so it's kind of up to you. You ultimately don't even need them at all. You could just bring a belt across the whole map. Hey, appreciate that. Close enough. I appreciate it. Thank you, JC. Enoop. I wanted to channel my inner Blood Diamond and try to do Leonardo DiCaprio's voice and how he says stuff, but I just can't even think of like what he would say. I know me and my brother used to always call each other bruh, like B-R-U, because that's kind of how he says it. But I think he famously does the accent badly. So I was like, how would he say he knew? He know. Alright, so that means steel bins are going down here. Into there. Vehicles will load. That's fine by me. I'm gonna grab this. Put this over here. And actually... well... I feel like we could do better than that. Let's, do it upstairs. Make an area where there's overflow before it goes into that thing. There's more room up here. There's a better way of doing this, but I just can't think of it right now. So, conveyor splitter here. Sorry, a smart splitter there. But then I was gonna have another one. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think straight. But when this one gets full, go into the awesome sink. That's basically what I want to do. But I want the truck station to get priority first. So that goes that way. Left is overflow. That's going to take a long time for that to fill up. That's kind of the point. It makes big deliveries. So I'm prioritizing other factories first. Then I'm prioritizing my cloud storage. And then I'm sending it into the thing. Alright. Anyway, that's, well, we have to redrive that route for steel. Knowingly, I don't really remember where we even... which bay has the steel. Normally I've got signs that show me this, which I guess we could hook up now. It'd be nice to know, because there's starting to be a lot of those truck stations in there. Just gonna say, followed your Satisfactory gameplay for a while, really like it. Just doing a quick jumping in here and gonna go back to episode 2 of these 1.0 live streams. Wow, it's so interesting how people always want to catch up. But thanks, Jonas. I appreciate the kind words. Working on my oil plant and blueprints that I learned how to use from you has saved me many hours. Great to hear, man. G-man. What's up, Unk? Just finished making your turbo fuel plant from Update 8. Love the layout and ease of building. Nice. Awesome. Glad to see it still works and it's okay. I didn't know if they changed anything to do with turbo fuel recipes. Haven't gotten that far yet, myself. Alright, we're here. So, is this steel? That's rubber. Well, what we could do is, I've got a blueprint for information for the truck panels. Quite high up though, so I need to bring this down somewhat. Okay, so we'll just do a couple walls. Can't... it doesn't say vertical. I thought there's a vertical mode for walls now. Oh, it has to latch onto the top. Who designed that? Don't hit me. This is just temporary. We'll just, once we put this in, we can remove it. Still say that's a little high. Go there instead. look at it in just 1 second. I'm just gonna extend this down the other way so we can just add these on. Great that we have the cloud storage thing. It's just so good. Now that we have all the quartz crystal in it and everything, it's just like it's just so effortless. One lower than the other. How the hell's that happened? Oh, damn. I'm sorry I'm late as a moderator in your chat. No problem. Almost done. Just this last one here. All right. Cool. All right. Now I know they're just suspended there, but we just have to leave it for now. Normally what I do is I put beams on them or something, or they would just be part of the ceiling. So the idea behind this is that, you know, it just is to tell me, it has all the information you'd ever need to know about what trucks are doing and coming into. This would be bay number 1, you could say. Let's see. It's doing rubber, I want to say. There's one truck on it, and the per minute value that this place needs, excuse me, it should be listed here. I'm just trying to remember. I don't remember what it is. If there's any additional information we might need, and then the route name of where it's coming, like which truck I've assigned to it. I just popped in. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get in. There we go. That is the OR to IF rubber. I'm gonna say it's an import. And imports are always blue. I should have maybe changed that beforehand. That just means, yeah, I gotta just change these ones. Oh, I'll leave the other signs till later, but yeah, blue is just my color for going into a factory, red going out. Normally I'd also list the bay number in the route. That's why they even have numbers. So it's like, oh, it's not just going to the factory, it's because sometimes I'd actually have, if, for instance, you build a factory where you're making 12,500 copper ingots per minute, you'll need multiple truck stations all bringing in the same thing. So the routes can get a bit confusing. So you list them by the bay name, the bay number that they go to. But anyway, I guess it's not that needed here. I would say it's a tractor, actually. I've never done that before. And blue. And finally, that's how many we have. Right now we've just assigned one. So straightforward. And the per minute. Yeah, I'm not too sure. We're taking in rubber, which is just going upstairs to be made into modular engines. We're making 3 per minute. 15, 30, 45. So we're taking in 45 per minute. And that's just how we know when we come back here, like what this place does. Look how quick that was, by the way. He's back already. So super fast. Suppose it should be blue as well. And then finally, it'd be like little bits of additional info. I never really fill this out, just sometimes there'll be something really peculiar with the route, and I just use that space to fill this out. But otherwise, just leave it as is. There we go. Bay number 1. I'm alright. And yeah, rubber, 45, etc. How come I keep getting ads while watching you live? Ads run on the stream every 12 minutes or something like that, I think. Or no, every 20 it should be. I think it's every 20. Live streams aren't immune to ads. Unless you've got ad block. Just gonna copy these. And then we could paste them in much easier onto the other ones really quickly. So this is bay number 2, and this is doing steel. Brooks, do you like to run me over? Right, steel beams. The amount on this place, again, don't really remember, but it would be good to write it down before I forget. So this is going into, is it here? Oh no, it's just these 3. Or 2 even. Wow, okay. 60 per minute. Nice. This is why it's just a Mark 1 belt, I guess, just sitting there. Alright, 60. Last thing, just really quickly, I guess, would be to take this bottom bit. Apply that there. Now, the route name and number is probably a bit different. Duh. Skill. Up. SF to IF steel beams. Alright, there we go, number 2. So I'll just leave a little bit of this here for me to jump up on in a minute. Do the next one. So this is all in service of, we just ran off. I need to redrive that route, don't I? I still haven't done that. Yeah, so I need to know which one it went into. Then we have to bring in encased industrial beams into this factory, so it's going to go in one of these bays. There's also going to be bays on the other side if we want, so if you need to clear some space, we could do that. But the next thing is going to... So the other things we have to bring here, circuit boards, computers, and encased industrial beams. And then we make our heavy modular frames here. We're almost there. We're getting there. We're making progress. I had no idea you could copy multiple signs at the same time. Yeah, it's copy based on the sign type. So, you know, that one, that one, that one, and that one. That allows me to copy at least 4. And this one, 5. That's not too bad. But this one is the same as that one, which is why I have to run back and forth. Oh, he's angry. Alright, I need to just hop in the other one when he comes by, so we'll just wait. Yeah, YouTube ads runs ads on videos and streams. Why do your sign numbers look so big? A lot of people don't notice this for some reason in the game, but... Whoop. Let me just build a sign here. What other ones do we have? Display sign. You click your sign, right? You've got all these options here. But you've also got this button called Layout. If you click Layout, there's different layouts to choose from. Choose one where the numbers are big. That's pretty much it. Depending on what the sign is, they'll have different layouts. The portrait signs look a little different to the wider signs. I actually wish you could scale the font. I think that'd be just nice if you just had that. Because the text on these ones like that, it's fine, but I find it's often too small. Like if I want just to list a couple numbers, it's like, oh, I wish I could fill the whole thing. But if, let's say my number is 120 point something, right? 120.30. Like, okay, cool. It'd be nice if I could do that, but like at this font scale. And now I'm probably going to eat my words because you probably can. Almost. Eclipse just a bit. But you know what I mean. If there was another number at Eclipse. It's like, oh, can't we just have a dynamic font thing or something as an option? I don't know. Nobody else cares about this stuff. People are asking for content. I'm asking for like sign things. But anyways, yeah, it's just one of those small little things. For some reason, a lot of people don't notice the layout button. I'm guessing that's what you're asking about. Right, so this can now be deleted. We have to redrive it. It's not working anymore. Disable autopilot. Let's go. Turn it on. Nope. We're picking up steel beams again. I moved the truck station the other place, so I just have to redo the route. That's the drawback of trucks, right? You have to redrive these routes. Why they should never be too long. I don't think you can downgrade pumps. Hey, Major, by the way, didn't see you. Thanks, AJ. Appreciate that. That's a lot now. I mean, you must be getting close to like 50 or something. QOL, quality of life. Call improvements. Alright, here we are. Yeah, not all the steel is making its way down here. Have to adjust. Must be a Mark 1 belt trapped in the middle somewhere. Alright, let's go. Then we bank to the left. And then we bank to the left. Oh my god. Alright, recovered. Look at this little beast. It's got a lot of I feel like it's been boosted in this update. That's I think why we tried them instead, because they feel faster than they used to. Little things do matter, yeah. I love just being able to take a turn like that at full speed. You can't really do that with the trucks at a 90-degree angle turn like that. There you go. There's your steel. Almost got a closed loop of roads, actually. Almost. Not quite. Not that it matters, but... Alright. Wish I could remember. Steel factory to iron factory, steel beam. I think that's what I called it. Godspeed. Alright. Done. Okay, so next up is either delivering the other stuff over. Yeah, we have to do that. So we'll have to set up the encased industrial beams first, probably. We also need to make screws somewhere, that's another thing. This place also needs to receive steel... Oh no, it has steel pipe right here. That's great. And it has modular frame. So yeah, sweet. We just bring in the encased industrial beams. Probably have to bring in the screws, but maybe we could do that more manually. W Talons, thanks very much for the channel membership. Thank you. Especially at tier 2. Hey Darren, when you set up the sink for steel beams, you set the overflow to go into the depot instead of the sink. Okay, we'll head back there in a moment. Thanks for the heads up. Actually, we'll have to go there now anyway, so yeah, let's do that. So much pollution. Yeah, I saw it on all the smoke coming out of the tractors as they were moving. You set up the sink for steel beams. You set the overflow to go into the depot instead of the sink. That one's okay. So here. Oh yeah. Thank you. I'm just surprised. Is this running at 100%? No. I've got someone. You're not happy. A little low on coal, are you? Oh, you would be, yeah, yeah. Because we're using some of it for the fuel at the moment. Yeah. Oh well, that's not a big deal. Alright, that's drained now. Good. Now, those steel pipes, they need to go upstairs to be fed into the encased industrial beams. That's here. Let's dig through. What's happening? And you guys are full. You're just backed up. Okay, well, that's not a problem. Well, I'll just close that. And then we need to send the encased industrial beams that are coming out down here down to there. That's roughly where we want to go. Just get rid of that, get rid of that. This doesn't need to be here anymore. Oh. Factory's so ugly, it's ridiculous. I'm just trying to think where the best place to send this from is, but I guess, yeah, just somewhere over here. What we do on the other side. That's where you're trying to go to, but can't go there. So we make a spot like here. What's up here? Alright, we'll just have to go around. Okay, so I haven't really thought this through, but we'll just see what happens. We'll just build and figure it out on the fly. I guess smart splitter here. You know, I don't have unlimited smart split. I'm not making AI limiters. Okay, I'm down to 4. That's fine. Right, so overflow to the right, center output. Good thing. Do the thing that everyone always wants, which is pop that depot on top of this thing. There we go. And then I guess this will just come down. I feel like that's too low. Let's see. Ah, yes. Straight belts. Oh, you're going all the way down there, actually. Felt this too long. So close. Alright, there's nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, we got concrete coming out of the jungle. It's a floating platform, and this thing's too high now. Alright, so this is our encased industrial beams, so we'll say that this is 3. EI beam. Vehicle settings, unload. No, load. Vehicles will load. Yep. Those vehicles don't have anywhere to get fuel. Do they get fuel here? They do. Does this one get fuel? Oh, it does. Okay, cool then. That's why we're losing little bits of steel, because I don't quite have all the coal to supply this place. Right, we just need another tractor then. Let's do it. I suppose I'll pop it over here so it gets its coal. Alright, gotta drive another route. Are you thinking about using liquid biofuel for the jetpack? It's really good and not too difficult to get. Oh yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I'd said that when the next milestone is done, then probably, yeah. So once we make these adaptive control units, then I'll probably do a little biofuel factory. I built one in Update 8, built it in a cave. It's one of my favorite looking factories. I think it's maybe the best one I've ever built. Showed it on stream a few times. And, because it still works. And, yeah, I was preaching the good word of liquid biofuel since the early days of Update 8. I think I even had it in Update 7 before it even did much. But in Update 8, that's when they actually gave it a proper purpose, where it boosted the jetpack quite a lot. Where it burns slowly so you get the most reach. Love it. Definitely the best fuel, for me anyway, my favorite fuel type. Has anyone tried, I don't even know if you can, but can you package like rocket fuel or those new fuel types, and do they do anything in the jetpack? It's not hooked up to power, so we just sit here. I'm getting burnt out on working on my old plant, but I only have 30 refineries and 100 fuel generators left. Should I just push through or do something else? Have you... do you have power shards? If you do, you should probably power shard your fuel generators. 100 sounds like a lot. But maybe you just have a big power plant, I don't know. But if you're ever feeling a bit burnt out, I think, yeah, it's probably wise to just shake it up a bit, do something else, just for a little while. But just try to make sure you're not going to forget, like, what you've been doing. Like, write it down on a sign or something, just to, if you... They are? Wow, yes, it's obviously just a big plant. Yeah, I mean, obviously if you're feeling burnt out, I would recommend take a break. Either play a different game or do something else in the game. But just try to write down where you left off so you're not too lost when you come back, because it can often be extra daunting if you took hours away, or you took a day off or something, and you came back and then you're like, now I really don't know what's going on. So I would just recommend you try to write it down or something. Can you leave stuff in the hub for people to download your save, please? No. I used to do that. It's just, now I just don't even have the time to do anything. I just grab the file and I throw it up for people. I have many, I'm unfortunately literally too busy to even just run back to the hub and dump my inventory. Where do I have to go? Oh yeah. So I would put the time on everyone else. You guys, if you want to load my save, you can load it. Either find me, you'll be able to find me. You just kill me and get my stuff if you need it. Or you have everything you need to make stuff. It's all going into the dimensional depot, and that's shared anyway, so you could just make it. It's really not that bad anymore. Never enough. Yeah, rocket fuel can go above. Hang on. This is steel factory to iron factory. EI beams. Speed. Did I enable autopilot? I want to make sure. Yep. off you go. Off you go. Okay. Just have to wind it up a bit, you know, drive it backwards. Let it go. 69 beams. Love to see it. Is there a quick wire in the depot? No, because we just built that today. There can be. I'll pop it in now, though. Because we make 20 extra at my other factory. There's an overflow of 20. You just need to set up the overflow. I just hadn't done that yet. Nice to catch it live. Normally have to watch the replays. Hello from New Zealand. Nick Forrest. Hello. And thank you, by the way. Thanks for that. I was feeling burnt out, so I jumped to a different part of the map. Building a new factory there from scratch. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea too. Just like, because some people are like, I'm just going to start all over again. It's like, you could just go to a different part of the map and start on a whole new power network and just start the game from there. Especially when you've got the Dimensional Depot thing now. Now it's just like, yeah, why wouldn't you do that? You just get extra materials while you're away. Amazing. That's a good tip too. Alright, so here we are again then. Alright, so this is all paused because the computers are full, the circuit boards are full. Excellent. Didn't set up overflows for the quick wire or anything. The plan now is to get this stuff out of here. We've done encased industrial beams. That's coming back to our main factory. We now need to get the circuit board. Well, really heavy modular frames is what I'm trying to focus on, right? So, what else was needed for that? That's done, that's done, that's done. So screws, we need... Wow, 480 per minute, which is great because it's one full belt. How do we do that? Alright, 30 for 30. That's obviously straightforward enough. And then 12.5 to 50. That'd be 9.6 machines. 9.6 times 15 ingots. We only need 144 ore. And then we have the screws we need. Great. So let's find some. Yeah, when you see me using the two 1 meter foundations and they're both the same material, that defeats the purpose. They're supposed to be different. That's why. It looks different on the bottom than the top. But I haven't had much time for cosmetics, so it's just kind of sat there waiting to be changed, and I just haven't done it yet. Right. So, let's look for iron. There must be another node nearby. We're tapping all of the 6 nodes here completely. It's gotta be more, right? Somewhere? The hell is that one? Oh, it's so far off. Although it's near steel. Could make the screws there. Really? There's no iron out to the left anywhere? No, none? There was... Oh, that's the one that's next to the Caterium node as well, actually. Okay, that's right next to a road, so we could just set that up then over there. There's a cat. Hey, Nicholas. Congrats on catching up. Always nice to hear. People made it. They didn't burn out. It definitely helps keeping 2-meter intervals. Oh, Caterium's gold. There was a cat earlier up on that bed, and people were pointing her out. So I thought, oh, is she still here? Oh, that's a good choir. So, this is where the that's where the iron is. We've redirected the Caterium to go up that way now. But it's backed up right now, which is fine. Yeah, so we could just tap into this and turn this place into a mini little screw area and send the screws up to yet another truck station. Because why the hell not? And then send it over. So let's do that. That's exactly what we started with doing today, but all good. Yeah, okay. This. Barriers are different for some reason. Okay, cool. This will be screws. Turning into a kind of an everything factory. This one doesn't need its own fuel because this is getting packaged fuel, so that's fine. This one will need coal though, probably. Right, so that'll give it coal. Trucks here are going to load. Right, you're going to be making screws. Right, so we can get rid of all this now. And the quick wire that's just sat there, I suppose, can just go now into the awesome sink. Just get rid of it. It's 12,000 though. It's going to take fucking ages. It's going to take like 15 minutes. That's empty. Oh, it's actually full of iron plates. Cool. Alright. Little mini platform to work with. Not great, but it'll do. I think my energy drink is wearing off. Yeah, same. It's got a creak in my neck. Probably leaning forward too much the way I'm talking into the mic or something. Alright. Can't remember what the numbers were, but we needed 144, I want to say, ore to make this work. Wow, it can just go straight up on that thing, can it? Actually, like, completely raised even above the bottom. I mean, I guess, why not? If that works, sure. Alright, cool. So that'll be already making that much. 240, we don't even need that. 60%, 144 per minute. We need to send that into smelters, so 144. It's just 30 for 30, but I was just wondering. Yeah, okay. 4.8 smelters. Alright. 5 smelters. 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay. This isn't connected to power. Ooh. Oh, I haven't selected the recipe yet, that's why. Before I copy them though, so we need 140. Well, that's... Nope, we're making iron, not Caterium. 28.8 for each one, so that's 28.8. Copy that. 96% even. Pasted, 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 pasted. Alright. That's the ingots we need. And they're going to go into... Not many constructors, I don't think. Can't remember exactly how much we're going to need. Let me just deploy one to see. Cast screw. 12.5 in. I guess we'll just manifold it and see what happens. Should be fine. 12.5. Need 12 of them. With cast screws, you're going to need 120 iron ore. That's with 4 smelters and 10 constructors clocked to 96, making 480 screws. Have I done the math wrong? Because that's what I'm still using that. Hey, Eric. Why you prefer to do calcs manually instead of using the online tool? Don't know. I never really understood the online tool, so I just like using notepads. I just use that for everything anyway. I don't know. I remember using it a couple times online, and I was just like, it's not doing what I want. I can't remember exactly what it was. And I was probably just not using the filters correctly. I was like, it was telling me all these recipes. I was like, I don't have these yet, you know? I was like, whatever, dude. And then I was just, I'll just write it down. I just prefer doing it that way. But yeah, it's just for me, I guess. So... Let me just work this back. So we need 480 screws per minute. I just looked at that cast screw recipe. So, 480 screws per minute, that's 50. So if we say 480 divided by 50, that's the output, we need 9.6 machines. 9.6 machines. Yep. 9.6 machines times 12.5. The input. Oh yeah, you're right. I must have done my math somewhere wrong along the lines. 120. Cool. 120 divided by 30, 4. Awesome. Great. Let's knock off the one in the end then. And they don't need to be underclocked. Whoop. Yeah, I obviously did something wrong. It's all good though. Thanks for catching me up on that. Because that's what I thought I did, but obviously I must have selected the wrong recipe or just got the numbers mixed up in my mind there for a minute. So we need 9.6 constructors. I even said that earlier, so yeah, it's weird. I need to give myself some room here. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. It's not gonna go there anyway. Maybe I could stack them. There's so little room here. Alright, let me try to be a bit more space efficient. How much further out can we go that way? 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 100%. Cool. All right, that's good. Hey, Herlanga. Yeah, Herlanga's Izul. Hello. Alright, so that's that. For them done, they're gonna have to curve around and then feed into a group here, but on both sides, I guess. So we needed 9.6, that's 5 on each side, that's 5 there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe. That needs to go up into that hole, basically. Just to the right of that. I was going to stick it somewhere in here. I'd like it to be still on the foundation, though. We can. We get a bit too close to the... Oh, but I guess not, actually. This could be okay. Barely, but yeah, it'll be alright. Oh, sorry, I am supposed to come back one. Am I? No, this is okay. It's barely okay. It's like right on top of the thing, but we could go out that direction and feed up. They always screw you over, these damn screws. Rightio. Okay. Okay, and you guys are all going to merge up and go into that center point. Straightforward enough. Okay, so that's that. Need to be hooked up with power. Okay, they need to now be assigned to be screws, cast screws. Ah, they'll need to be changed though, won't they? So it's 9.6. So we know that we're trying to get 480 out. They make... And there's 10, so that's easy enough. 48 each. Got a 50, 48. Like you said, should be 96%. Yeah. That might be where I'm somehow getting the numbers confused in my mind. Would you make normal Satisfactory series anymore? Yeah. I am making one. I don't know when it's going to be done or ready, but I am definitely going to do one. I need to do one. If views on my channel are going like... Let's see if I can see it, actually. Those are my views. Oh, it's not going to show, is it? Let's see if it focuses. No, it's not going to show. Maybe dark mode. There you go. Not a good looking graph, is it? Gotta do something. Eric Standley. Appreciate that. And he says, fair enough. Cheers for the reply. Really enjoying your series. You have one of the friendliest and respectable personalities on YouTube. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thanks. Who's the meanest? Who's the meanest Satisfactory content creator? Go out to the right? I think so. Question is are those little exits going to be too short? People used to tell me they were. 50 per minute. That doesn't need one. What is it? 20 in one batch. Has to try to get out on that little belt. Nilaus is the meanest. What a bastard. The play it out guy? The game it out guy? Let's game it out. I've never watched him, other than the shorts we talked about last time I was streaming, but I imagine gaming with Doc. Probably pretty nice. I could also see him being like an axe murderer, but you know, I don't know. When people are like really nice. Where are the bodies, Doc? Alright, 3. So this one goes up to here, comes down, joins onto this, becomes a Mark IV. It's going to go out and go up there. The idea, it's 480 per minute. One belt should be able to handle it. Now, these obviously are not hooked up. It's alive. 144 per minute. Let's do this thing. Still going. I mean, it's gonna be Josh. We've all seen what Josh just does to the doggos. What are you working on right now? So on the right side of the screen today we've done Caterium. So we set up 500 quick wire per minute. That enabled us to make circuit boards, of which we were making, I'll bring up my other screen and see, 87.5 per minute, which allowed us to make computers, which we're now making 7.5 per minute. So we're left with 57.5 circuit boards and a little bit less plastic and rubber too. Now we're trying to make heavy modular frames, and the missing component for me is screws. I don't have any alternate recipes for them, so we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. What's going on here? Oh, I never hooked these up. So now I'm basically making screws on a little platform, just enough for what I need. And with that, we're going to then drive it over to my other factory. Link it up with the 3 other ingredients in 2 heavy manufacturers, or just manufacturers making heavy modular frames. Just 2. I'm not making that much. And that's going to be enough then to feed them into the adaptive control units. That's the plan. That's where we're at. We're almost there. Thanks, SciP. Oh, it's 120 instead of 144. You're correct. No, haven't actually hooked it up here yet. So it's not needed. Need 4-hole here. work, right? I think I keep saying that in this place, and I'm pretty sure it does. Alright, walk forward out of our minds. You bastard. Yes. Like to see. Alright, truck time. Truck driving time. Bonk. Looping the final machine to get some of your own emotes. I could do, yeah. I thought about doing that actually for Quickfire earlier, but yeah. Could do. Might just do that as well for the adaptive control units just to get it done on stream. Because otherwise we're only making 1 per minute or something. Or we're making 2 per minute. So it would take 50 minutes. So yeah, it might be good to cut that down to 25 minutes. But yeah, I wasn't initially planning on it, but it's not a bad idea, just slooping it. It's tempting to sloop it and then underclock the crap out of it, so it doesn't consume huge amounts of power. And just gives me a little bit of extra, but I don't know. No, he's waiting for power on that thing. Poor guy, just waiting there. One day it'll be powered, it thinks. Oh, the drift. Am I using sleeps? I haven't used them yet in like actual manufacturing. I've used them for duplicating items, basically, like you know, getting more power shards or whatever, things like that. But I haven't actually used them in a setup. Yet. Oh, I'm sorry, your message was deleted. I can check it in a second, Jason. Sometimes all caps or too many emotes might do that. I'll just have a look at why in a second. Roads here look nice, thank you. These are all made in blueprints, so, and my blueprints are available if you want to just use these. So it's not hard to make junctions. In fact, we just removed, it's like Lego, just took a piece out and then put a junction in when we needed it, when we needed to make a turn. That wasn't there before, so we did that at the beginning of the stream today. It's not ideal doing what I'm doing here, which is driving straight through the middle of a factory. It's kind of bad planning, really, on my part, but it'll be okay. Don't worry about that. Don't look. It's okay. Fix it. Fix it later. Just remove 2 of those nodes, and it'll be okay. They're great in assemblers, only 60 megawatts of power. Godspeed. Let's give him a color. He's making screws. And and I'll just fix the nodes that were broken. Don't worry about that. He'll figure it out. So he just has to. It's like a little toy car. He has to go backwards before he can go forwards. You know, he has to wind up a bit. What are you doing, Caterium? You're the right color for that. So this one, get rid of that. That never happened. And don't ever stop here. There you go. It won't know the difference. Okay. When this gets its full manifold, if everything works as intended, we should, at the end, just see a very consistent 480 belt just flowing up here. Now, 480 per minute, I suppose, actually I didn't really think about it, but this is quite high volume. It might need a second truck, maybe? Although, probably not. They have 25 slots. Oh yeah, I guess it's high volume, but the per stack, so it's okay. The 25 times... That's its capacity, 12,000. And it's 480 per minute, yeah, so it takes 25 minutes to fill. Oh, well then it's totally fine. Because it's only going to take a couple minutes to go there and back. Guess I was just getting confused because it is using the max belt speed, but that's okay. That we have. Alright. So that's that done. Screws are on their way over. So if that's the case, we'll just hop into that vehicle, turn off the nodes in a moment. And then we have to hook up the two... Oh, it's not going to come back, actually. We have to hook up the two truck stations on the other side to power. Just to show what I was talking about earlier, by the way. You just select the blueprint you don't want anymore. Select the one you do want. Choose the junction, or whatever, right? It's like, oh, we want to add in a left turn here. Now, this is going to be the one example where it's not going to work because it's sitting on top of one of those other things. But just like that. And it's like, boom, we now have the ability to just add on to it and create like little left-hand turns. And the trucks that we're driving on are not going to have a problem, you know? Ones that already came this far. But now we can just go out that way. You know what I mean? So it's super fast. You shouldn't be intimidated by building roads. It's far harder to build train tracks, in my opinion, than it is just to build roads. Once you got a blueprint. Obviously, you have to invest the time to make the blueprint in the first place, but other than that, great. And that was JC has gifted a membership. And it went to Nicholas Farah. Yeah, once you could delete entire blueprints, that was such a game changer when they did that. When did that come? Didn't blueprints only arrive? No, blueprints were update 7, weren't they? And then in 8 they allowed you to dismantle them? That must be it. 'Cause yeah, that was huge. That made road building possible. I feel like roads without that are not... It just takes too long, even if you're blueprinting it. Because then if you ever need to add a turn in, it's like it still takes so much time then. But now it's just like, pop, pop, whatever. No biggie. No. 4? I'm only seeing 1. 1, 2... Oh, there must be a line going upstairs. How silly. Feeding the manufacturers upstairs, remember. Alright. Little buddy with his encased industrial beams, he has his things now. Hello, cat. Pioneer overalls has a color. Well, encased industrial beams use that with a kind of that red. There you go. Are you the right one? Yeah. What are you? Sprues. There you go. Oh, actually, I need to hop into you for a second. There we go. Hey. My other cat, you wouldn't have seen her. She's, doesn't really like to be touched, but as you can see, in her own time, she'll come to you. I've seen them bounce around. I want to say hi to people. Can you do that? Look here. Nixie. And she does not like that. Girl. Nix, look. Ah, she's gone. Like, no. It's pretty hard to get her to be affectionate, so when she's real affectionate like that and I just pick her up, she doesn't like to be like pet or touched really at all, so she's just like... The other one though is like a little teddy bear. She can't get enough of you. Rolls around and starts purring the second you look at her. Just to just really quickly. This is what she looks like. That's a kind of crazy picture of her, but yeah. That's the one that was just climbing on me now. She's a very pretty cat, I think. And she has like the roundest eyes ever, sometimes. She's cool. Absolute adorbs. But yeah, because she doesn't really like to be pet and stuff, it's like, oh, you're so cute looking though. The other one, no offense to her, is not as cute, but she has the opposite thing where she's like so cuddly. So we joke and say like she makes up for it with her personality, you know. Anyways, right, so that's screws and beams, and we already have the frames here and the pipes, I think. Need to just double check. I'm pretty sure the rest of these pipes just go into our thing here. Yeah, they do. Cool, we should have enough then. Because I make pipes in 2 places and I can't remember if I combined the numbers and we're not using them all or something here. This is where some of the pipes go. I'm pretty sure it's 120. 15 times 8. That's 120. And we do make 240 here. So there's definitely 120 free, unless they go somewhere else. Let me just follow the remaining pipes downstairs. I think they just go upstairs. I don't think they go into another machine then. Okay, that's good. Just hop back up there for a second. Place looking busy now. But this is where they come up. I think. Yeah, good. Okay, cool. They're not being used in anything else. Excellent. Just making sure. So, we need heavy modular frames, and we just need 2 of them. 2 manufacturers. Our manufacturing floor is upstairs, so we'll just pop it upstairs, and then we'll just try to redirect things to it. Suppose it'd be good to know where we have a little bit of free space to send things up. I was just doing it along the line like this. Most of the items that we're going to be looking to pull up, they're on this bus here, right? So we've got like a belt of pretty much everything the factory makes running along here. And we do have some space. Yeah, we can still send it up from here. Just to mark where we are, I'll just drill through and that'll just give me an idea. Ooh, there you go. Oh, that's actually where some of the manufacturers are. It's not too bad. Squeeze through there, maybe. Yeah, because if we just did it like here, out in a line, that might be alright. If we go any further that way, not great. Alright, just commit to it. Leave a gap. Ooh. We'll just paint a line and hope for the best. Seems to be in line there. no meow. As promised. Hey, appreciate it. Are you heading off? I need to sleep, so I'm off now to the end. Thank you, AJ. And thanks so much for all the support. Probably dropped like 20 super chats or something today, so thank you. And having good rest. I feel bad that you didn't get to see the end, but hopefully maybe you catch it next time. Not that it really matters, but it's just like I wanna click the button. I wanna see the thing. It's all about. My mind is so broken, you know. It's like the place looks like ass, and I'm like, oh, but the beam needs to be correct, you know. Might as well get that right. Okay, so HMF. Right, so this is what we got to deliver. 240 screws per min. You listen to the boombox at all? Oh yeah, we had it out before, but I don't have many tapes for it. Turn on this, I guess, for a bit. Yeah, we listened to it last time quite a bit, but I didn't actually listen to this track. I've seen this one before in the old update when they arrived with the boombox. The Deep Rock Galactic one is really nice too. As I mentioned, I like synth. But that was earlier in the stream today. Avatar 42, great cats. Yeah, I love him. He's back as well. She just hopped up. On that to mark it, to mark our presence. This one. I thought we delivered something into this, no? Or is it not set correctly? Oh yeah. Gosh. Damn, because it already stopped at that one. So maybe it'll stop automatically at this one. I don't know if that's how it works. That'd be nice. I was just trying to get rid of that. Well, we'll see what happens when it comes in. See you later, Hummy Jebby. Am I going to collect the hidden tapes at some point? Yeah, I don't know where they are, actually. I found the Deep Rock Galactic one once before, but not in this save. It would be good to go out and get them. While we're waiting for the adaptive control units to go up, we could go look for some. They're pretty painful. Yeah, we're almost there. We just have one component left to do, which is the heavy modular frames. Everything else we have. Two machines equals less power, but more space. Indeed, that's what it's all about, right? We could have one machine. You could have 10 machines if you want really low power, but then it's like a lot of space. Oh, sorry, what is better? One machine... Oh, I see you're answering that person. What's better? One machine power slug to 2 production. Definitely less machines is better. Or sorry, more machines, but like less clock speed is better. Because it's exponential. If... I'm sure everyone knows this, but we'll just do it really quickly because it'll illustrate the point, I guess. Let's say we have a constructor there. And we assign one to plates and plates, right? They're both assigned to plates. Is there anything else I can make from just what I have in my inventory right now? Rods. No. Sure, there's got to be something. Something just easy. Because I need to be able to turn on the machine to show. Oh yeah. Rebar? Okay, cool. We'll make rebar. Right, so anyway, we've got 2 machines. They both take 4 megawatts of power. If we put a power shard in one and we max it out, let's say even just 200%, right? Because that'll be the equivalent of 2 machines. Let's run the machine. So now it costs 10 megawatts of power. 10. Not 8. Power is going up like exponentially. That could be argued, but let's just call it exponential, right? So we're losing power efficiency. And the same is true if you go the other way. We go down, so when we run the machine again, back at 100%, it's 4 megawatts. If we go down to 50%, you'd expect it to be 2. But it's 1.6. So it's always better to have way more machines running at lower clock speeds. You want it to be insane. You could have like 50 machines that are all running at like 1%, and you'd probably feel no power at all. Or 2%, right? It's like 0.1 megawatts. And in one of my factories in my previous playthrough, I did something called a parts factory, which was factory everything running at like 0.2%. Because I didn't have much material. But the interesting thing was the factory had no power footprint. You know, there's manufacturers in there, there's all sorts of machines, loads of truck stations, and the overall power output was like draw was so tiny because they're all downclocked so much. But as that person JC pointed out, it's really about the space efficiency of it more than anything at the end of the day. Because everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people know you can do that. But it's like, is it worth it for the space? Is it worth it for all the materials you need, the machines? At a certain point, it becomes not worth it. I'm doing this for a reason. I'm copying all the different signs. That's the last one? Yeah. Right. I know when? I don't know. Tried to record it the other day, but it didn't happen. It didn't work. So whenever I sit down and I record it and it's good, it'll be out. Trust me, I want it to be out more than you think, more than most people think. I recorded a bulk of Frostpunk, so when people see Frostpunk going out, they're like, "Oh, what the hell, man?" Because it was done a while ago. Well, not that long ago, a few days ago. Then the next day, I was like, "I'm gonna do a bulk of Anno," and unfortunately, I just couldn't perform, if you want to call it that. I just couldn't do anything that I felt was good. What's the next thing? This is... One of these is... Oh, it's encased industrial beams. The amount that we need here is 20. Update that bottom one in a minute. What are you doing? Rubber. That's it. That's it for now. Working. You're delivering things. Well, you don't have any screws. Oh, it's probably already unloaded. And then screws there. I meant steel. 7,000. First batch coming in hot. Oh, and it works. Does it? Oh, it doesn't work. Because I deleted the truck station by accident. What a damn shame. Oh, it's even there and everything. The node looks like it's there. Shame. Unless... No. Ah, I wish you could just modify a route. I'll have to just drive it again. Dang. Alright. Deleted the route, so hopefully it's just... Could be gone. No? Right? There we go. Oh, sorry. When you play Anu again, please buy shares. Maybe. I don't really have that much money, plus I don't want to start wars. There's no real need to. I like buying shares when you actually plan on taking over. We bought shares early in the game, but now there's like no real need to, I think. It's obviously free money, I guess, over time, but I feel like it would just piss everyone off. And I don't need the money that badly. Like, we've got over 1 million, so it's like, it's fine. Would be nice to get more items though that cost money, so it's not like we wouldn't spend it. It's just, I just don't think it's worth the risk of running a war, which would cost way more. I have to wait behind this guy. Taking forever. My machine can't handle huge factories, sadly. For me, power shards are lifesavers. That's so interesting. Sorry to hear that. Interesting that you can kind of do stuff, though, to navigate it either way. So funny, I made the same mistake earlier. Can I edit while recording? Hope he still stops here. Yes, okay, good. Couldn't get it up for ammo. I know, exactly. I couldn't perform. And now I feel emasculated. Oh, sorry, Jonas, I missed that. I haven't been very good at reading chat lately. As the stream goes on, I get even more and more locked in on the game and less focused on the chat. So he says, nice to catch you live. Hope you enjoy 1.0. I just completed the game yesterday. I think the game is so much better now. Awesome. I've never completed it. Shout out to you, though. Jonas Ravin, beating it. We're just about to get over the hump for adaptive control units. And then we might go further out, build all new factories somewhere else, while the cloud supplies us with all the materials we need. There we go. Is that Nyx? Did she walk by? Yeah, probably. Or I don't know if you're behind on the chat or anything, but the one I displayed on camera was Nyx earlier. Yeah, Nyx normally is the one that'd be hopping up here. Jinx doesn't really do that. Jinx sits in the... That's Jinx's bed up there, though. She sits up there. I've got another one just up here that Nyx sits on that looks the same. Bruce. I don't remember what it was. I'll keep the nodes on, actually. I want to make sure that things were done okay. Because they drove pretty badly. Yeah, it looks like it's sorted itself out. Good, 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 good. The other thing was... Great. Paint that back the way it was. Where's my Explorer? We'll have to drive down to the other place and just check on that really quickly, and then we can finally just hook up these machines. And then we have to drive 2 more routes as a final thing, driving in the circuit boards and also the computers. Once they're here, that's adaptive control units. And then it takes 25 minutes from there. What time is it now? 10 to 10. I didn't actually have any dinner today. Don't know if I have anything. I did have those nuggets though beforehand. Hey, we caught up to the screw machine factor. Actually, back. I'm gonna make sure the route looks okay over here. Yeah, it's okay. As long as we got that gold node, it'll figure it out. Well, that's all I need to check. Get the hell out of here. I think that was it anyway. I think mods will be coming back soon. The modding community said something like that. Infinite nudge mod will alleviate one of those issues. Critical infinite nudging, yeah. I don't mind the lock. I guess I do, yeah. I'd rather have... I don't need infinite nudging, but I certainly like more than 7 to 8, which is what it is now. Certainly if it was like 16, so it's just 2 foundations over, that'd be enough for me. And definitely want the vertical nudging. I never used the mod for it, but I would probably enable it, seeing as they didn't add it for 1.0. I'm surprised it wasn't here for this update. Alright, so we're full on encased industrial beams and screws. Actually not full, don't have that many, but at least they're trickling on in. It is only 20 per minute. 24 per minute that we make, but we need 20 per minute. Right, so the plan is to send it up somewhere up here. Wait for that autosave. Right. Ultimately, this is where we'd want them to come up. This is great music for watching the belts go around. I don't know, something about it. Work, or would that be dumb? I think it would work, but probably dumb. Let's do it. Alright, so the first ones we'll do is modular frames. Right there. That's a tough one. It's tough to break them out of here. Or is it? You're feeding that way. Oh yeah. Oh, what's the cleanest way to get these up here? So, because of the way the belts twist and turn, first of all, don't need these walkways, just get rid of them. Nothing. Ultimately, we gotta break this somewhere here and bring it over. Hide and weave the splitter, maybe? Hide and weave splitter. Yeah, maybe. Well, I think this works just fine here. I just don't know how it's going to affect the other things I'm planning on doing, but we'll see. We could travel along the roof, I guess. Go into one of those. Okay. Better go to the far one. Look, mess. But if this came out the other side, would that be any better? Like if it came out facing that way, but that way. Suppose you could just do that. Straight belts, it just works. So there we go. It's modular frames plugged in. Starting to think they need to be in a line though, not necessarily in a grid, but we'll see. What else do we need? Steel pipe. Well, the pipe is right there. Same thing, right? Basically. So there's the pipe doing its thing. I need to speed these up, but it's okay by me. Works. Okay, so I'll actually need to make more AI limiters. Oh, I've got 2. Nice. Only needed 2. Music's great. I know it's played a few times now already, but I'm totally good with it for now. Hey. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, well, it's obviously backed up right now. That makes sense. It is 120 per minute, I think, so let's take that. Well, I don't know what we actually consume. 80. Okay, yeah. Mark II belt is fine. And for the modular frames, probably not much. Yep, that's okay then. That's Mark II. That's a Mark II belt, and then that needs to be Mark II as well. Alright, so 2 more to go, and they're on this side this time, which is okay, because they're on the side of the truck stations. Fine by me. Truck stations are pretty far down though, but we'll just travel along here, and then bring it up. No big deal. Cruise. Beams. Yes, we'll just start going along like this. Now, how far can you go down before you clip through things there? This will need to be a Mark IV, I guess. Alright, Mark IV, Mark IV. Mark IV. Parkour! Oh my god, I can't believe that worked. Alright, let's go. We're almost done. You know, I've never thought of doing that before. Where instead of stacking 4 in a line, like up over each other, just make 2 lines. Or 4 lines, I guess. Oh, because they... Oh yeah, Yeah, because they will cross over, that's why. Because I was like, oh, because yeah, if that goes down that way, it's just going to cross over. Oh, that makes sense then. Alright, well, anyway, I thought I had something there for a second. I was like, I never thought of that before. Okay. A weird way of doing things. Alright, let's just grab this and then we'll upgrade the belts in a moment. Almost. We're almost there. Alright, I'm just going to follow each line individually. So it's going to be heavy modular frames, so that's going to require 240 per minute screws. 240 per minute. Right, so it's obviously a 480 belt. Alright, you got what you need. Next up, little baby encased industrial beams. That's Mark 1, so there's no changes there. Modular frames, no changes there. The steel pipe though, yeah, they need to be Mark 2. Well, they don't need to be Mark 2. I have 120, but we're actually only... Oh, we are consuming 80, yeah, so I guess it's 40 and 40. So after the fact, then Mark 1 and Mark 1 there is fine. Okay. Still in episode 2, but happy to see you live again. Sorry, I didn't want to read chat at all. I was just trying to focus in on that one. So that is heavy modular frames, a little bit. And I'm making those. And we gotta do something with them. Gotta make adaptive control units. Easy! We'll sloop them. So I have the wiring, have the boards, have the frames, have the computers. The only two things are this and this haven't been delivered here yet. That's the only thing. I'm gonna keep this music on. Do people mind? Are they okay with this? Maybe I'll just turn it down a little bit. Let me know if you're getting sick of it. Best way to do it is use the logistical floor with spaghetti. I've done that too. Yeah. I invented the logistical floor. Practically. That copper Caterium factory. Holy crap, man. 12 and a half. It's got 4 logistical floors. There's so many layers to everything. I've been there. This is small fry, but it's what we gotta do while streaming. It's different streaming versus spending hours and hours and hours on it on my own. Right, so heavy modular frames. One per minute, and these are just making one as well, aren't they, or something? Maybe two? I think it's two, and we have a little bit left over, right? Oh yeah, we've got a little bit left over. Because I only plan to make 2 adaptive control units per minute, so that's why we don't need to sloop these to have extra. Because I've got 10 automated wiring. I almost could have done 3 per minute, but 2 per minute's fine. And then we'll sloop the adaptive control units to make them go faster. Alright. I'm gonna knock these down maybe over towards this side a bit more so that those truck stations fill them up. So we'll put them in a line down there. Because that's gonna be the computers and circuit boards. So somewhere over here will be good for this. And I keep looking at it because I keep forgetting, but what's the last thing? I keep missing one. Heavy modular frames. Oh, the automated wiring. Yeah. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright, leave a gap. Again. I suppose I'll go forward 1, 2, 3. Now we just knock in 2 of these. Adaptive control units. Oh, or you can sloop them. What a bit. I've only got, I think, 2 summer sloops. Oh, we have some in a machine downstairs. I've got 4. Oh, nice. We should be able to do both then, I think. Now, before we commit to those. Actually, thinking about it, I could just plug them into the same line. No, I can't, because I cut that, didn't I? Yeah, it was going in there, but now it's not. Okay, well, fine. Bring him over. Oh, you know where I'm going. Threading the needle. Although I'm too fat to do it. But... oh, okay. Excuse me. Alright, so that will be hooked up to feed our 100 adaptive control units. We're going to quickly run out and get those other sloops. The power draw on 2 manufacturers being slooped out of their mines is going to be 600 or something megawatts each, something like that. Yeah, there's our other 4. I've only got 8 in total, that's it. It was 738. Wow. Well, that was sharded. I don't need to shard it. Let it do its thing. I love this now. Looking over this, I'm like, yes. Excellent. No sharding today. Maybe not for you. McDonald's is was spicy. Are these different songs playing, or is it literally the same song? Because it just all sounds the same. Oh no, they are different. I'll change it up after the... Is there 4 tracks? I think there's 4. Alright, got what they need. Now we just need to feed them. They're hungry. Computer's heavy modular frames. So the heavy modular frames we make over there. Yeah, the only negative thing about this layout, actually, maybe really quickly I could turn them around. Would that be better? Yeah. Straight down. If I turn them around, that's too far over. Okay, forget it. That's alright, we'll just figure it out. So, it's the heavy modular frames. And then just, I guess somewhere here, you know, a little splitter. I'll make sure I'm in the same line as the other things. There, actually. Those ones are in the middle, but these ones are different. I guess there was 2 groups, that's why I did it that way. Oh yeah, the 4 little spots. That's fine. Alright, go there, I guess. My god, straight belts are so good. I can't get over it. When it just does that, it's like, my god, that would take me like 5 minutes, you know? Alright, there they go. Heavy AF. And, whoop, little spin. Love it. They're going to the music. Love it. Maybe I'll do a spin if I follow the belt. No. Oh, but I couldn't really make it around the corner properly. Alright. The little things. Best, yeah, it is really the best quality of life change. It's insane. Didn't have it. Next. Automated wiring. That one's a bit tricky because I'm not entirely sure where we make it downstairs. I just know we do make it. Over here, I think. Okay. We'll work with this. If I just... up through here, maybe. Oh, yeah. Forgot. There's other inputs for this thing. Well, we've already hooked it up, but good to know. Yeah, we'll just bring it straight in up here. Why not? Alright, so that's just gonna have to be reversed. The amount of times I've had to reverse these belts, it's old. Free. That's the end of the music. We'll put on some different song. Sanctum 2. Things are getting intense. Oh wow. I didn't mean to bring it in that close. I thought I was looking at that one. No, I was going to go somewhere like here and then just divide it. Suppose we could just go straight up to the line. No quality of life feature for incompetency. Incompetency, even a word? I don't think so. It's just incompetence, isn't it? A failure on all fronts on that one. Alright, well there we go. Heavy modular frames, or automated wiring coming through. Coming hot. Into both machines. Okay, so now the final piece of the puzzle is to drive 2 routes. Deliver over the things we need. But we have them... Oh, we don't actually. It's going to take a little while because I was going to say we have them already hooked up to truck stations, but we do not. Have to go and do it. Have them ready, but just, yeah, not hooked up to transport. Where they're gonna go. Oh, we're almost ready. Yeah, they said they're doing straight pipes for the next update actually, which is nice. That's the only thing they confirmed, I think. I'm caught up now. Also, you forgot to check off the heavy mod frames. Thank you. Thanks for that. Alright. 2 truck stations. Kinda close together here, but we're gonna see what happens. Go further with that. Invalid placement is the rock. Hoping it's because of that. Oh yeah, cool. Now I just want to see where this truck goes. How far? He doesn't drive through this barrier at all, no? Okay, man, you cut it fine, didn't you? What a crazy driver that must have been. Ugh. Alright. Now, question is, can we even fit another one here? No. I mean, I could put 2 side by side, which is so risky, but do it. Maybe I'll just put a big barrier right down the middle, actually, so they can't hit it. Yeah, that might be a good idea. A little bit hardcore for me, to be honest. Whoop. Did you hear they announced Street 5? Yeah, yeah. So, I didn't tune into their stream because I like to think I was kind of right about it, which is they weren't really going to announce anything. And that streams are just quite long for that kind of thing. I'd rather just get the information after the fact. Different if it was like they telegraphed beforehand that there'd be lots of info, but kind of knew there wouldn't be. Still was a nice stream and everything for the bits I saw. And it's interesting seeing the new game director, but one of the things they did mention was that straight pipes will be coming in 1.1, that they're working on 1.1, they expect it in early 2025. And I think that's really it. Which, you know, fair enough. Then they were like, we're looking for ideas for DLC. I got one. I've talked about. They were saying like, oh, maybe a different map, maybe the same map, we don't know. We don't want to charge for features that we've kind of promised. But my whole thing was doing underwater. I'd like to do underwater building, please. On this map, please. Because there's lots of available space for that. Thank you. I wouldn't even mind if they said they were going to update a part of the map somewhere that was maybe like previously mountains and they could add in more water or something. Like, oh, we've took a chunk out of this and we use that. But other than that, though, there's still like lots of areas of water, and then obviously around the outskirts of the map. So it's like, yeah, an underwater thing. And a whole new map would be cool too. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like that would take way longer. But anyway. A new map would be cool. It has been just the one map for so long, but that just makes me think like there's no way they'd be able to do. If they did, it would have to be way smaller. I feel, which I wouldn't complain about. Like one biome. It's like, yeah, cool. I guess, because otherwise it would be like, oh, it's probably gonna take like 6 months to make a new map or something. I don't know. What do I know? They could do it really quickly. It just seems like anytime they were like, oh, we're doing another pass on the map, and it's gonna, you know, it won't be out this update, but the one after that, it's like, oh, so this takes a while then. I think they've only got one person on it, you know. So I don't know. If everything was easy, then it's like, yeah, absolutely, another map. Obviously. But just trying to think, like, in getting content a bit quicker, maybe... Yeah, maybe it would just make more sense to do something with the existing map. Start off. And I think something like water would be kind of cool. Because I just think it doesn't affect what you have there already. It's not like I'm super pumped about the idea of water. It's just like, oh no, it's just, if I was thinking about it, I think it doesn't interrupt other things too much. Because it's in an area where typically people don't really build. Other than just making loads of water extractors somewhere, so. That was really the thought process. And also, just the idea is like, you could do lots with like oxygen, a little mini Subnautica kind of thing, underwater creatures even if you wanted to. Make a vehicle that can traverse water. A few things there, maybe. Alright, truck stations are hooked up. We'll see how they perform. It's gonna be really tight. Now, one of them is gonna be circuit boards and the other will be computers. And I have to put in some overflow stuff up here. I'm not gonna make this, am I? Made it. Right, here's our computers. Let's straight down here. Basically where we want to go. I just left a gap here, or a thing, and whatever it's called. Smart splitter, because we'll probably do an overflow thing. Anything on the right, and then overflow out the center. I'll just send overflow out into an awesome sink or something. Didn't want to do it downstairs. Okay. Goat Simulator? Never played it. Alright, so that's computers being fed in there. Last one, circuit boards. Gonna go into a similar spot. They could expand the map into the northwest. That's actually something I didn't even really think about, but yeah, expanding the map would be nice too. But they were asking more for DLC, so I wonder... I don't really know how they could do that, because... I think if the map would expand, that should just be free, because it's just the map. Otherwise, you'd have a big giant border or something, and you can't have two separate versions of the map. A nightmare for development. So you'd have to have the same map, either with a way of not being accessible somehow, but people would just mod that. So I feel like a free update though, expanding the map would be nice. I didn't read what the rest of what you said was. How do you deal with factory creep? I get overwhelmed with all the stuff I have to do in this game, but at the same time, that's the game. I'll talk about that in a second. Add underwater between the current map and there, and add snow biome up there. That'd be cool. Yeah. I like where your head's at. Expand the map. That could be like part of the free update, maybe. Snow biome. And then maybe the underwater stuff for maybe doing something like that could be part of the DLC. I like the idea of a snow biome. I didn't even really think about that. I didn't realize you have all your blueprints and saves available for free. Thanks for that. Hey, no problem. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. How to avoid factory creep? I don't know. I think that's the game. You do have to just forward plan well, and you can't really do that if you're just following in-game properly, because the game doesn't really tell you what you're going to need in the next phase until you get there. So you can only just sort of anticipate what you need to. Building wide and bigger than you need to usually helps, because then it's like, okay, I have to add a few extra machines in here, but I'm able to do that because I left the space. Obviously the other option is to go online and look at things. Not always the easiest option though. So yeah, I don't know how to deal with it. It's just, yeah, just be organized, I guess. I don't know. I don't really have a good tip, a specific tip for it. Need this to get out of the way. I didn't even know where it goes. Oh, it just goes so we can go explore. It's not even really for power. Like, I'm kind of just streaming and playing the game almost not randomly. I'm obviously planning things a little bit, but not too much. Not the way I normally do. So I'm dealing with what you're talking about. Like, I try to build organized. Right, look at it in a second. Try to build organized, know what I'm doing, and base things off what we have. But then I am coming back and having to add things in, and that's where things get a little messy. I'm extending floors out, and it gets a bit crazy, but... This music. But yeah, I don't have a better answer than that. Eventually, as you learn the game, you get better at it, I guess, overall. And you know what you're going to need. A general rule of thumb I follow is... You're going to need to build at least 2.5 times the size of what you think. It's like, oh, I need 40... I need like 5 heavy modular frames right now. I should probably make 15. You know, just to be safe. Something like that. Or 7.5 or whatever, yeah. Whatever the number would be. Build until you feel like it's just more than you want to. Then that'll probably cover you. Another good rule is to, if you have a belt speed limit, right? You're at 120 belt speed, let's say. Build for the next one. So make a bunch of machines, extract ore, but assume that what's coming out of the ore isn't 120, it's 270, which is the next belt speed. Now you wouldn't know that unless you looked it up, but just look up the belt speeds, I guess, and then you know. And that way, if you build every factory to the belt speed above of where you're at, you can just go back and upgrade that factory much easier once you get that belt speed. I find like that's a really nice way of building ahead, but not too far ahead. You could go like, oh, I'll just build the max belt speeds then, which is what I was trying to do before. And you can do that, but you'll just get bogged down for so long in one area. So I think it's a nice middle ground to go like, I'm just going to go one over, you know, where I'm at. And then when I need more iron, I just go back here, I upgrade the belts, stick in the power shards to the miner, and if I can afford the power, then I've got more of what I need. It's an easier way of doing it. Actually cut off the oil there for a minute. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. That would suck. Right, so this is the final one that we have to just bring in. So it's going to be coming in from just somewhere over here. The circuit boards. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I caught it before I read the chat actually, but you're right. It looks like things had started to stall. I wonder if that for another reason, but a lot of those refineries are off. We'll check them in a minute. Important thing is getting this where we need to go. So that is fine there. Let's see, does that need to line up with... I think it's here? Yep, pretty much. Alright, that's circuit boards rolling out. Both of these need an overflow, really. Maybe I'll just do that real quick. Because we make more than we need. How's your problem? Can I not go in that way? I can. Huh? Then now. Don't forget to have a Fix-It protein bar. I've been playing for 6 hours. My god, we have. Alright, we'll hook up the overflows later. That's not really that important right now. Let me just make sure that these are okay. They don't look like they are. That's okay for oil. Hi. No, I'm okay actually, thank you. What? You're about to head out? Okay. Just gonna let these fill back up. I'm not gonna turn them all off. I'll just turn that back on, turn that back on. I'll just turn off the two on the end and let them just kind of fill that way. That way everything will keep running. Otherwise we're gonna have a power shortage because this is also hooked up to power just slightly based on the heavy oil that these make, so these cannot slow down. This should start getting more than it needs now though. So we'll just give it a minute. I'll drive these routes, we'll come back, we'll turn back on those machines. They should be fine then. Oh, interesting. We can't go as low down as we need to. Okay. Nailed it. Alright, good. Circuit boards, right? There we go. Right, now we just need to drive those two routes, and it's GG. Ah, one very last thing. They need fuel. So, our fuel line is over there. Alright, I'm just going to clip it through that, unfortunately, for now. Because there's a turn there, it might be. Okay. Oh boy, right. Now this is 1 meter off the ground from over there, so it's a bit awkward. do it. Oh, goddamn. Such effort. I feel every belt pull. There we go. On its way. Alright, let's drive the route. We'll come back. We'll make sure that these are all working. I'll just deploy this over here. And I'll catch my chat. So I've been kind of ignoring you guys for a while. Hey, Zinorias. Talking about Stellaris today. You always just make me think of Stellaris. Hopped back in the game for 1.0. Just finished phase 3, but we didn't automate that stuff yet. Oh, right. Dangerous game you're playing then, I would say. Was it connected to the splitter? I can't remember. Can't remember anything anymore. Alright, we will start our journey here. So we have to make 2 more deliveries. Circuit boards, computers. Once they get up there, that is then allowing us to make adaptive control units. We'll be making 2 per minute, but we'll actually be making 4 per minute because we're going to sloop them. We need 100, so you do the math. I don't know how many minutes that is, but 20 minutes or something? 25? Is that what we said? I think so. Then we'll be done. And in that time, maybe we can go find more tapes or something. Not even getting the option to... Wonder why that is. I know it's not powered, but still. Normally gives you the option when you're just in its radius to load or unload. It's not even giving me that option. I didn't pick anything up, but still. I don't know why it did that. What about this one? Yeah, that did it. Just check that one again. It might be because my car is in the way or something. Oh, now it works. Alright, we'll have to drive the route again. Let me get my thing out of there. This might have been in the bounding box, and maybe that's why I thought, like, well, you can't do 2 at once or something. I don't know. Just the adaptive units. Oh, okay, yeah. They'll burn down from the heavy... That's, yeah, that's fair. Because you do only need 100, so I can see a lot of people do that, yeah. Alright. Put the awesome sync now so you don't forget down the line. I won't forget. I just want to get the stuff over to that factory as fast as possible, and then while we're waiting for the transport and the 100... control units to be made, then I'll go around and patch all the things I messed up. That's the plan anyway. Send you a gift via email. Do you want me to look at it now? Or can I look at it later? Thank you. Whatever it is. Like a virus. Later's fine? Okay, I'll look at it. If not tonight, right, first thing in the morning. Usually when I check my emails. Load me up. Fill me up. The streams will not be uploaded into videos, no. I'll be doing a separate playthrough. That'll be video playthrough, but I'm not sure exactly when. I'd only planned on streaming a couple days and checking out some of the new features, but people were so generous and people kept asking me to continue it. I decided, okay, yeah, I mean, I'm having fun, so just continue streaming. Now, this isn't a replacement. The idea was to do videos alongside it, but I've just been so busy know that doesn't matter to a lot of people, or shouldn't matter. And it shouldn't. But it's just my, like, I'm losing out, trust me, on not doing videos. I showed the little views graph I have on YouTube, and it's just going, like, skyrocketing down. But obviously, and it's not because of this or anything, it's just I've commitments to do Anno 1800 and Frostpunk, and I want to. I like both those games. And I'm also working on Manor Lords, and then some days lately I've just not been feeling the best, so I haven't been working as at 100% as I probably should be. Those are the reasons for it. Rickroll incoming, that would be funny. For the email. Alright, here we are, finally. Here we go, can unload. We do our loop, we do a loopa. Like the famous singer. Oh my god. What's happening? I wasn't doing that. It was like it had a mind of its own. It was just turning. I wasn't pressing the other keys. That was scary. Oil refinery. What's happening? Something else has just popped up on my desktop. I'll check it in a second. Oil refinery. New iron factory. What was this? This is circuit boards, right? Circuit board. Drive the next one in a second. I need to see what just popped up. That can't be good. Game bar trace FPS executable. The abort is being called. Press retry. Ignore. Everything seems okay now, but definitely my keyboard went weird and then that happened. Alright, let's go. Let's pick up that final component. Jesus Christ, scared the hell out of me. That's actually a known thing. Get me out of the screen. There we go. You hit the collision box of the truck that was ahead of you when you load into its like loading range or whatever. Kind of annoying they haven't fixed that one either. Trains better than trucks? Nah. Trains would all be backed up right now and I'd be still building the first rail line. In the email, yeah. It's like I got this email and suddenly my keyboard had a mind of its own. Although we have had some weird bugs with the trucks today, to be fair. I'll be honest in saying, like, it's kind of unusual how many particular little issues we've had with them. Although I've been using tractors, not trucks. I've never really used tractors before, so it could be to do with that. Alright, fill me up. Alright, after this, it's just figuring out to get those two belts upstairs, and it's GG. I'm looking at some serious red lights in the distance up at that factory. The whole thing's offline. Oh, maybe when I disconnected that power line. I'll have to go over there. Not over there, but just, there must be one missing connection, because I cut that big power thing, didn't I? I like trains, by the way. I look forward to getting them deployed in the world when we start going long distance. Like, this is still the local area for this area, so trucks are fine, but I think after this phase, I'll probably go to a different biome and start setting up there. And then we can ship anything we need to back here or over there. when I start veering because my keyboard controls. It's like watching a drunk driver in front of you. I started the recording on a hill. That seems like a bad idea. Let's see. Oil refinery to iron factory, and it's compoopers. Now, before I continue that, I'll have to head over here and just reconnect the steel factory. Surprised there's even trucks moving if the whole thing's being disconnected. Darren's fascination with trucks boggles my mind. There's such a headache over trains. It just depends what you're good at as well. I'm not good at setting up trains. I set up trains and the signals all got fucked and none of the trains were moving. And it took me ages to build a railway because there was no blueprints back then. So I was like, this is taking fucking forever. Just build a truck, no problem. Okay, cool. But I like trains. I just use them for very long rail lines rather than using them for... It wouldn't make sense to me putting trains between these factories. It's too close. It's just too close. Think of all the space you need. You need all these massive lines. For the whole train stations are huge. Put all your signals down. More expensive now in the game as well. Oh, what a headache. But hey, if you're like a railway savant and you know exactly what you're doing, I'm sure it's easy. To some extent. But I've known a lot of people that set up trucks and they're like, oh, this is much better than I thought. Trucks get a bad rap. Wait behind each other, they form little lines and little queues. They're great. Run them in manifold. Love it. I mean, I guess trains wait behind each other with signals too. I came here for a reason, which was to see why our area is completely cut off from power. And I don't know why. So I deleted a line here. And I was thinking, oh, maybe that was going over there somewhere. But I don't see any other power lines. Normally I run the power alongside the road network. Maybe I'll just do that again. Oh no. Because I've obviously disconnected it and don't know how or where I did that. The whole place is off. The truck stations aren't, so they're the ones still running. I must have just cut a line. Maybe it's separate to what I did earlier. That has power, and this comes up here. What? Oh, right. Alright, we're good. I'm gonna put these in really quickly because I keep, might as well just have them there. Thank you for that, JC Enop. So every time I don't want to read your name because I'm just that you said I kind of got it right or whatever. But thanks again. Gifted a membership to In Your Base. That's a funny name as well. In Your Base. Okay, a bit better. Need a ladder or something to get me up there, though. Ah. Thanks so much for the gift. Appreciate it. It says in your base. Alright, let's do another one of these. Just way further down now. They have really good reach. In fact, let's see how much reach we get. So, somewhere just before the cliff ends, I guess, which is probably here. Would be good. Or the cliff begins, even. Cliff Beginsy? Cliff Blazinski? Cliffy B. Here's a war. You know, I'd like to... What would be really fun is a pub quiz, but for video game knowledge. I should do that. I'm sure someone does. One of those trendy gamer pubs or whatever. See if we could run them there. It'd be great. All right. I connect that to there. Boom. All right. I'll leave it there because obviously we want to get to the adaptive control units that are kind of just messing around. We've rehooked up the power there. Everything is moving over. Okay, so we just need to get there. Run back for now. And then once it's hooked up, we could go do the awesome sync stuff just to make sure our factories are running okay. Anyway, which key is used for the quick access to the blueprints? Well, I press Q and then I press blueprints and then I click a blueprint. Or if a blueprint already exists in the world, such as this, I'll press F, take out my dismantle tool, press R to look at the blueprint, and press middle mouse to click it. Or to use it again. Copy it, that's the word. So we could do it with this. Oh, there's a road. Middle mouse click. We now click the road. I want a different piece of the road. Hold E. And then based on the categories you design, you can then select a different, component. Or you can just keep tapping E to kind of cycle through them, I guess, as well as another way to do it. Which is why having good menus and good blueprint design is helpful. Oop. And yeah, the customizer is X. I don't know why the blueprint thing doesn't have a hotkey. It's kind of bizarre, because builder is Q, customizer is X. I guess they ran out of hotkeys. Z would be a good one, I guess. Or Z. I didn't hook up those signs yet. That's okay. Alright, so these just need to go upstairs now. And that'll be it. We'll be finally done. See if we can get this done by hour 7. In 40 minutes. It's going to be nuts when they add controller support. No idea how they will manage that. I don't see why it'd be any problem. Why would that be so difficult? There are strategy games like Crusader Kings 3 is on console. Now that's a nightmare. This is a first-person game. You've got 90% of the controls are done for you. Plus, people play this on Steam Deck all the time. Now that's different, I guess, as touch controls. You can navigate around it. But with radial wheels, radial wheels is like console's best friend for being able to select things. So you just need to be able to open up a menu. They could do that Destiny-like circle mouse thing that just moves around on the analog, and you just click what you want. Add them to a hotbar, and your hotbars could be the triggers, like R1, L1. So R1 opens up like a wheel, and you select from the things you want. L1 opens up a different wheel, select from the things you want. I think you could easily do it. There's not that many things in the game. It's definitely not going to be as quick and fast as you get used to on PC, but it never really is on controllers. But it doesn't need to be, depending on what you're doing. Like how you want to lay that stuff out. Anyways. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Play it on Steam Deck and just don't use the trackpads or touchscreen and then see how you get on. Because people have made controller profiles for the game. Steam Deck's also great though because it has those back touch things. Not even touch, but back buttons, I guess. Right. them. These need to come up pretty high. All right. Can that one work on the bottom? No. You go up just that high though, maybe. A little bit. Okay, that goes in there, and this guy will just try to do his best. Ah, you can't do it. Oh, you can. Set up radial menus too? Yeah. I have a Steam Deck, but I tried to get it to work. It's tough without mouse and keyboard. I agree. Yeah, I get that. I just think if people can get Anno 1800 on console, where there's like a bar on the bottom of like 50 buttons, you know, I think you can get a first-person game to run because it's not that involved. When I'm always just really impressed that they get CK3, like a game with menus that go into menus that go into menus. I don't even know how it works. I've never looked at it, but it must be so difficult to navigate through the UI and then click into things, and then that game is so reliant on like tooltips. So you hold a tooltip, you press a button, and that even pins the tooltip, and then you can hover over things in the tooltip to pin that. It's like, how does that work on console? I don't know. I have no idea. I generally, I guess, just have faith when I see things like that working. I'm like, well, and apparently successfully. Apparently it sells well. Civilization's another one. The next Civ is going straight to console on launch. Day 1. So it's like, they're obviously seeing some success there where they're like, yeah, we want to do this. Not to, like, we want to do it day 1. It's obviously that important. Oh. Right, so those are the two inputs. So maybe we can go somewhere here. Can't have that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The best time saves I ever did was learn just like the numbers for those. It's just increments of 2. But for a long time I never really got it. And now when I always build in 2-meter intervals, I know that like it's always just going to be 2. Nice. Right, so there, speaking of 2, there they are. That's your 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. This straight mode just goes straight in there. This straight in there, but it's going to be a bit far, so help it along. Oh, okay. Is that what it has to do? That's a shame. Oh. Alright, did it. Did it, Mom. That should be it. That should be everything. Circuit boards flowing through. Let's at least watch the first one get made. Oh yeah, see if my power can handle it actually. Considering the power shortage we had, and also the fact that 2 of these are slooped. grab this and just check. Can't believe that line's consistent, actually. Good. Oh, we should be fine then. Max consumption 7938. Is that including the sloops? Let's find out. I would imagine it's not, because it hasn't added it yet. Let's just see. No, it's not including the sloops. Okay. I know, I'll get back to the oil. The fuel generators are on. They're just now going to be the tiniest bit short. 2 refineries per lane. So maybe one of the generators might go off out of the 5 that we have there. But we'll go over. I'll do it. And then also over there I have to add 2 awesome sinks. Or 1 combined. First one's free, right? Or it doesn't count. Then after that they'll be slooped. Does the color change actually to purple or anything when they're slooped? Does it just stay green? It'd be kind of cool if they did. When they're overclocked they turn white. 60 seconds, a minute to make one normally. Wow. Alright, send it out. This is what it was all for. I'll be back tomorrow, by the way. I should have mentioned that. I don't know what we're going to be doing. But tomorrow, 3 p.m. UK time, I'll be back. Every Wednesday and Thursday, 2 streams a week. That's the plan at the moment. There we go. First little adaptive control unit. I never noticed the little circuits in the inside. That's cool. There they are, 2 together. 2 little buddies. Nice. Oh. All right. Now, it's going to take a little while to wind around. But when they do, we'll watch the little tracker in the top right go up, hopefully. Let's just fix some of the problems we might run into. I'm just going to grab the Explorer. We'll drive down there, fix that any of the machines that were offline. Then we'll come back here. I need to update some of the signs. A few little jobs, odds and ends to do now. Let me catch my chat. I'm just going to read the members chat first, just because you guys are members, I guess. Steam controller works. What did I read that already? I go over Steam Deck. I love it. The co-roller stuff can be done on the desktop Steam client too. I love my Steam Deck too. I don't really use it that much because I don't leave the house that much. So I just have access to the PC. And I say house, apartment. I'm not even in a situation where it's like I would use it in bed or anything. I don't know. Darren is Manor Dev. Oh, sorry if it's a repeat question, but how are you finding development in Unreal for Manor Lords? Been working on a project with a friend for about a year now. It's been difficult, but awesome learning. Yeah, I've been working for Manor Lords for, I don't know, since the month after the game came out, whatever month that was, so a few months now. And, I love it. Well, let me just preface a bunch of things. I'm like a part-time worker for Greg. Greg's the lead developer, mostly sole developer on the project. Now he's started to hire up a few people. I assume like me on a contract kind of basis. Or on a part-time basis. I'm not on like some sort of contract time limit thing or anything. It's just helping him out basically, and he pays me. And it's great. So I've got a background in game development, slightly. Not a great one. I have a degree in it. Right, so I went to college for 4 years for programming. Sorry, my back just kind of hurts. For programming, and it was actually for computer games development. So we did programming and then like producing and some modeling and a bunch of loads of different things to kind of see what you're like and get a hand in everything, which is actually really great. But I probably don't think anyone became any really proficient in any one thing. I think it probably would make for great producers because it's like we understand a little bit of everything, but not enough of any one thing to be really great at it. And it's not like in American universities where you take an elective and you go like, okay, now I'm going to go with this one and like double down on it. Although I suppose you could do a PhD. But anyway, I digress. I worked then afterwards for a game company for 6 months as a programmer, working on like a game engine similar to Unity, but it was like a startup company in Ireland. Ireland doesn't have much of a game scene at all, and even still now. This is back in 2014. Anyways, so I was working out with them for 6 months, and it was great. Learned so much. It was awesome. Anyways, after that, I got a job at Creative Assembly, but in marketing. So I didn't do any more programming ever again. Other than a little bit here and there, I did a few game jams with a friend of mine, and that was it. Never did any more. And then, you know, a couple of years, only 2 years after Creative Assembly, I left and went full-time to YouTube. And YouTube is so time-intensive, if you're not that good at it, that it'll take all your time, and I didn't have time to, like, work on the side. If you have a 9 to 5, you can go, okay, at the weekend, maybe I'll spare, you know, 4 hours here, 4 hours there, and do something. But on YouTube, it's like I could use those 4 hours just to hopefully make better videos and do more and be better. So it was very hard to take any time away. So I just never got back to it. So I became very, very, very rusty, like really rusty. Like 6-7 years has gone by where I didn't do anything other than critique and play a lot of games. Anyways, so yeah, I started working for Greg recently. He approached me. I approached him with some feedback. I not with the intention of him asking me to work on the thing. I didn't think that was remotely possible. It was more feedback about the writing side. So he asked me to work on some of the writing, and that's what I started doing. And then when he found out that I had some development chops, or I had some background in it, he was like, do you want to, maybe we could like be a designer as well, we can work on stuff. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? A bunch of things he told me that were just like awesome. It was just like, okay, dude, just make everyone's dreams come true while you're at it. Anyways, I hadn't worked in Unreal before. I actually really didn't like working in engines at all when I worked in college. We liked writing our own engines. I hated the idea of working in an engine. It was so weird to me. I'm getting a lot more used to it now, but I do still have a bit of a chip on my shoulder when you want to just do things and you can't because you're in this engine. But obviously, if you're really good at programming, you can kind of step outside it, work on things, and inject it back in. I'm not advanced enough to know how to do that. My level of programming I've talked about before is probably good enough to be a gameplay programmer, not like an engine programmer. So a high-level coder, not a low-level coder. Lower, the smarter, the better the pay, the better everything, the more technical. A higher level, the more junior, typically, or yeah, the more scripting focus, or, you know, just less can go wrong at a higher level, basically. Low level means lower down towards the machine, higher level towards the user, if that makes sense. Anyways, in learning Unreal, I've come around on it a lot more, but I'm not proficient enough to really speak either way on what's good or not. I've tried making my own game on and off now and then, and I've tried using Unity, and I tried using Unreal, but it was... I just couldn't get it. Like, it wasn't clicking. But now, having gone into Greg's project, and boy did I snoop around, I learned, and he knows, and I learned a lot. I'm like, this is how he's built it, this is how it's organized, this is what how blueprints work, what graph editing is, and all that. So I'm still very novice. Like, I'm still learning. I can't get over the opportunity he's given me because, you know, the guy made a game that did really well, and he could kind of hire pretty much anyone. For some reason, he asked me to work for him. So I, along with many things in life, just don't feel like I'm good enough. And I've talked to him a little bit about it. And it's not just me. He has programmers now as well. So I'm not his like sole programmer or anything like that. He's got programmers. It's fascinating to read their stuff. I'm like, he calls me designer, but I really consider myself additional design. It's like he's doing the brunt of everything, and he runs things by me, and we'll break it down and talk it through. And a few ideas I have go through too, which is great. And then on the other side of things, I'm doing a lot of the writing, which is an awesome way to learn Unreal or learn a project, because I'm going in and out of every aspect and trying to work out how everything works and writing all the tooltips, and I'm making UI, little bits of UI for it every now and then as well. So it's a great like starter way to learn almost. But I just don't get why someone who's in his position is really giving me the opportunity at all. It doesn't make any sense, but it's really amazing. Not gonna lie, it's quite amazing. There needs to be a Mark II belt, I think, to make overflow here. We're making our control unit, so we've already made 22. Now I just realized that should probably be somewhere here. These are just going to roll through. Oh no, that is a smart splitter. Ah, darn thought of it. Okay, cool. Because you are good? Maybe. And so far it's been going pretty well. Like, I'll have days where I'm like, this is great, everything's going great. I always love it, no matter what. And he is so nice, it's unbelievable. I just don't get it. But he's so nice. But considering the amount of stuff he has to deal with, and the amount of stuff I don't even see, like, he loosely told me, like, you know, he's obviously done well, and he's have to figure out what to do with all that stuff now, and starting to hire up, and I guess probably formally making a company, and then he's working with a publisher. He's doing so much, and he's like the majority of the work on the game. It's insane. I don't know how he does it. It's crazy. How he keeps track of it all. I'm like, ask him something, and he'll be like, oh yeah, just give me a minute. And then like a minute later, like he finds it deep somewhere nestled in the project. It's like, dude, I asked you about a random thing, and you know exactly where it is, because you've been working on this thing, I guess, for years, but he's always like, oh, I actually can't really remember how that works, and he like laughs and he jokes at himself. I'm like, of course, like, oh, I don't remember, and I only found out like last week, and I've forgotten already. Like, how you remember these things is insane to me. So it's been fascinating to like learn from him, but often I just feel like I'm not doing enough, or I'm not good enough, or he'll ask me to do something and I'm like confused and I'm trying to learn, and he's so patient. He doesn't seem to care. Maybe he's just unbelievably nice, I don't know. But the one last thing I'll just mention really quickly is I remember I was trying to figure out something, and I'll always try to spend as much time on it like I can myself first, because I don't want to bother anyone and ask them like, how does this work? Unless I just know straight away that it's going to take me a while, then obviously if you're trying to save time, you'll ask someone. But I can't remember what it was. I was trying to ask him how to implement something, and he just like took the time to write like a blog style, like with screenshots and arrows pointing to things like this. You go to here, you add this to here, then you add this, and this is how you add like new items to the game, whatever it might be. I was like, God damn, man, it's just so kind to and he was like, absolutely, like I love explaining it, like helping things. And it's like, okay, great. But recently I felt bad because he's doing a rework of something. I won't say what. And he was explaining to me, and I was like, I just don't get it. I don't really get it. And it's really weird to explain that. Like, imagine a game mechanic, not some deep level programming thing. He was like, this is how it's going to work. And he had like a UI mock-up and stuff. And I was like, I just don't really get it. And he was trying to explain to me, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, because this is getting awkward, but I don't understand. And I was saying, like, this is what I think is supposed to be happening. He's like, no, why do you think that? And I'm like, I don't know. It's just my intuition is telling me it should work this way. And he's like, that's not how it works. And I'm like, just tell me how it works then, because I keep inferring how I think it works, and I'm getting it wrong, and I feel like a fucking idiot. Sorry, awesome scene. Keep forgetting. Not that it matters now. We're at the end of the stream. We're just waiting for that number to tick up, really. So I have just moments like that. Other than that, everything is great. He's really kind. And even if it ended tomorrow and he says like, okay, that's, you know, we've had 4 or 5 months at it. I'm definitely doing my bit in terms of the writing aspect, for sure. I've got no problem there. It's just the other stuff that I feel like I could be better. But if he was like, you know, I'm going to maybe take on someone else for that, I'd be like, it's totally cool. I'd be crestfallen, but it'd be totally cool, and I'd understand. And I think he's given me the motivation where I'd definitely continue and do more on my own, if that happened. I'd rather have much more time with him to continue learning, obviously, and get better, and also contribute more. But ultimately, and we talked about it. I was talking about what I'd like to do in the game I'd like to make, and he was even saying like maybe we do it together one day. Who knows? If everything kept going well. Where's the overflow for this? At the center? Yeah. So we need a merger then. So yeah. I can't remember where I was going with that, but yeah. We'll just leave it there, I guess. Why is overflow going out that way? Oh, it's not. Ugh. Here's the advice I tell all my friends: know your worth. When I worked at Creative Assembly, I knew my worth. It took me a while to figure that out, but once I did, it doubled my salary. I was worth a lot there. This is a different situation. I'm surrounded by people who are very, very, very good at what they do. This is a guy that, and a team, the people, I can't say, I guess, who he has working, I don't know. Might be private, but he has people working for him that also have made their own games and stuff by themselves. So it's like, I just feel like I'm out of my out of my depth, not out of my league, maybe, you know. It's like I definitely feel like I'm the weakest person on the team, and no one has ever said anything or put that pressure on me. It's just a feeling I have, and I think it's because I always pictured if I had my own game, I'd be very authoritative on what I want done. And I'd want, frankly, everyone to be really good, right? If you could. But I don't know. I guess this game has already come out and has already been very successful, so maybe part of that feeds into like, well, take a chance on some people, you know. But anyway, on the shoulders of giants, yeah. Anyway, probably during the programming phase, he spent so much time on something that didn't work, so now he just remembers it clearly. Yeah, true as well. Hey man, I'm sure you're doing fine. Glad you're enjoying it and finding your feet. Happy, having that opportunity is awesome. Something to be proud of. Yeah, thank you. There's the other thing is that imposter type syndrome. It's like I don't feel like I've earned it. But anyway, it's neither here nor there. I do really love it though. I wish I had more time to dedicate to it. And honestly, he's also paying me like quite well, and he's just like, yeah, just report your own hours. Frankly, I under-report my hours heavily because I feel like a lot of the time I'm just trying to learn things, so I wouldn't like, you know, I wouldn't report that as like an hour if I was spent an hour just trying to figure out how something worked. But when I'm actually getting things done, then, like, yeah, sure. But I do it for far less. I've told him that. It's like, I would do it for way less. But he's, again, just very generous, it seems. I don't understand why. I'm not used to people being so nice. But yeah, he's great. I mean, I'll have his back for life with how he's treated me. Doesn't matter what would happen next. I'm trying to wonder why that's getting backed up. I guess it'll just take a while to flush out. We make 87 or something per minute, and this is overflow, so it is all flowing out. Okay. Well, we're at 54 out of 100. We're almost done. What else did I need to do while I'm waiting? I needed to go do the signs back at the other place, but that's overflow done. We turned on the machines downstairs. They're back up and running. Power should be okay now. Hopefully they're not stuttering or sputtering or anything. That's full of oil, so that's a good sign. And so is that. Yeah, it seems to be back up and running then. No worries, I've been doing my job and I feel inadequate all the time. So many people know so much more about it. Oh, so much more. And it shows me how much I have to learn or could learn doing my job for over a decade. That's nice. Yeah, I think maybe part... Oh yeah, Kirk actually said imposter syndrome. Part of it is also that... Not that I'm advocating for this, but we haven't signed any contracts or anything. It's very much just like, hey, do you want to do some work? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, cool. Just report your hours and we'll, you know, bill me and then I'll pay you. And that's the way it's been going. So it's kind of like in the back of my head where it's like, this could end any moment. So it's also like, at least at a company, you know that things aren't really going to normal like walking in company kind of thing. It's not just going to get suddenly snatched. I mean, I guess it can, especially in the games industry. But there's just that extra layer of like, hope I'm doing good. Like I want to keep doing good. I want to get more opportunity. I want to keep doing better. I want to, you know, learn more and prove my worth more, and also be able to contribute more and not ever hold anything back or hold anything up, which I haven't so far. But you know, it's just always thinking about that kind of thing. You want to do good. When someone gives you an opportunity like that, you want to do as good as you can. But it's been awesome as well, just seeing him grow his team and how the game is updating. It's been a bit slow to update because he was working on the Unreal 5 port so long. And I think it was actually done really early. They were like making such good progress on it. But unfortunately, I think they just... stability issues like with certain hardware configurations, so it just ended up taking much longer to sort that out. There wasn't even many game bugs with it. The project transferred over pretty seamlessly. But it was just the technical aspect, and I feel bad. They found some crazy ass like hardware things where it's like apparently Intel CPUs have some issue when they're overclocked, and that was part of a lot of the crashing that was happening, but it was only happening on Unreal 5, not 4. But it's not his fault, you know, it's like he couldn't have done anything about that. But that was a nasty one that took ages to figure out and was affecting a lot of people. But those are things that I find very invaluable to learn. It's like I would never know how to figure that stuff out, you know. Yeah, the type of games I want to make are way less ambitious than something even like Manor Lords. It'd be pretty indie to begin. I've talked about it before, but I'd really like to make like an Imperator Rome style game. Oops. Like what I want is a grand strategy game like Imperator Rome. Imagine the Imperator Rome map if you've seen it. Just like a nice European type map, basically. That's quite detailed. And then, but it's not broken up into regions. Just free. No borders. And then the game is in real time, not in paradox time, where it ticks. No ticks, just real time. No reason not to have real time, just do real time. So that'd be one of the main tenets of it. A real-time, free-flowing grand strategy game. The next would be dynamic borders, right? So there's no regions. You just control sort of spheres of influence around towns and other key things, resources or whatever. And as you push into other people's territory, your border pushes with you. If you're at war. And that way you can like surround towns and cut them off, or surround resources and cut them off and don't even go for the town. It's like, I'm just going to take the gold mine or whatever, you know, the iron mines. And then, or I'll cut off your food and I'll just starve you out and let you figure that out, you know? The other aspect then would be like Anno. I would want like a trade system, so not like as deep as Anno, because that'd be just too much to manage, but the idea of like free-flowing trade between towns, and you set up trade routes that just kind of run autonomously then, and then like you combine certain things. So you get your, what would it be, like iron, and you mix it with wood, and then you make like military, you can make units then or something, or you get iron and wood and you can make swords and weapons or whatever. But you still need to pull together a couple things in your own economy, have buildings that make things in your towns, to supply then your population and grow your population, but then to supply them and field them as armies that can then move out and conquer. That's what I would want to do. And then have like a kind of a more political focus on the Senate. I imagine it would just be a you can only play as Rome type game. Until, you know, if it did okay, then it's like, okay, first update we'll add like Egypt, and next one Greece, so we can get a monarchy in, we can get a democracy in, and maybe you can unlock more factions that way or something. Oh, my back. Makes you think of OG Stellaris. Yeah, it's elements of things in games I really like. There's nothing really terribly original about it. It's really just like, I like Anno, I like Imperator, I like Stellaris, I like Total War. What if we could fuse them all? On the campaign side, anyway. And a little hint to CK3, just like Imperator had. I like having some characters that you can at least do some political actions with. I've designed a lot of it out actually, but yeah. And how it works, it's just the implementation. It's like, I remember going into Unity being like, I don't even know where to begin. Like, to build a map that can even do this. Like, I don't know. But if the map was there, and it was just running, I could code all the systems on top. It's like the political system, all that kind of scripting stuff. It's not even scripting, even the code for that. That's totally doable. But it's the engine work and the getting everything up and running. That's like the super hard thing, which is why I'm always amazed when game companies have like what I consider the hard thing done, and then the easy thing, like the not even maybe balance is the wrong word, but like some of the mechanics that sit on top is like the bit that's lacking. I'm like, that was the easy bit though. You've done the hard stuff. Anyway, Kirk has been gifted a membership by JC Hinop as well. They're also having probably at Intel with their chips overheating and breaking a problem. But a lot of people are buying AMD. Yeah, I've heard about that. Oh, for a second I thought we ran out there. We're making them in batches of 4 because I guess it's 2 per minute, but then we're duplicating them. We're almost done. I'm looking forward to seeing what the platform looks like. I haven't seen it. I've tried to, as best I can, stay away from. The only thing I've had spoiled for me with what's coming in the game, spoilers, is teleporters. So I know that's like a thing. But other than that, I actually don't really know anything about like what's up ahead, so. Not long now. So we'll just keep chatting. I'll try to catch my chat a bit better while we're waiting for this to finish up. In fact, let's put down the... Alright. Teleporters? Yeah, there's like teleporters. They're actually in the trailer. I didn't even have it spoiled for me. I spoiled myself. It was in the trailer and I was like, what the hell's that? And then chat was like, oh, it's teleporters. There was like 4 doorways that are all lit up and stuff. And I was like, oh my god. You can somehow teleport. Nothing beats hypertube cannons. Nothing beats riding the moth. Do you have an up-to-date world save? I'll be, once I'm finished this playthrough here today, I'll just save this and pop it out. So you can go to whatironplace.com/satisfactory to get it. If you needed modular engines, would you parts from other factories or would you build a new factory from ore, the finished product? Well, it kind of depends on the situation, you know? So for me, in this run, I didn't build a factory dedicated for it. I also don't really know what modular engines are going to be used for later, so there's also that to consider. I'm not that good of a forward planner. I just don't look it up, so I don't spoil it too much for myself. But I had this thing here, and I've been keeping track of everything I make. Right, so it's like, only this category really matters. And I looked at what we needed. I was like, okay, we need 500. Not that many. We could just trickle some in the background. I mean, I think that's how the game is supposed to be played. I'm not saying anyone should do that. I never have done it this way before. I've always just got like I've always made like a high amount and then just filled it really quickly. Whereas this time I'm like, okay, well, we'll just make what almost the bare minimum and then we'll just let it fill up and we'll wait. And do other things typically while we're waiting. This is the last part, so I'm not going to wait or do anything else. We're just about to see it get done. So anyway, the answer for me would be like, it depends on the situation. If you feel like you've got enough in other factories left over, then absolutely combine them and let it trickle in the background while you go do something else. That's all you need to do, really, right? The flip side of that is maybe if you know how many you're going to need then even in future, you could try to make a number or a factory dedicated for that and then know it's going to go into something else later. You can also, I suppose, probably look at exactly what you need. Like for instance, I need 500 modular engines now. So that's 1,000 smart plating. So if you really looked it up and wound back, you could probably look at things and go, In total, I'm going to need 2,500 smart plating to beat the game. So I'm just going to make it in a like very small amount. Even if it was 1 per minute, you know that that'll be full by the time you get to the end of the game. So there's something to be said there. It might not be as satisfying doing things that way, though. It's nice to build a big factory and have it all running and get stuff out fast. But it takes a lot of time. It doesn't take much time to make something in a small quantity and just leave it in the background for a while. Now, I'm still struggling back and forth knowing what should I do, especially with this new series. It's like, do we do that? Do I just make what I need? Or do I build factories where we make things and it gets done fast? Even though overall that might take longer. We're done. Lock them in. The other save file I have, you know, for update 8 is a perfect example of toxic.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 3 project part shipment is finally ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 3 will be completed and the main body will be constructed. You should know how this works by now. You'll get access to Tiers 7 and 8 in the hub. In fact, perhaps you should just go look at the technologies there yourself. It's all laid out so that even a monkey could understand it, so you should have no issues. Speaking of which, I don't think you need a reminder about project parts. Instead, I will be providing some interesting facts. Did you know the average pioneer succeeds at saving the day? Did you know the average pioneer knows how to optimize pipe throughput? Did you know the average pioneer stays late at work because they care about humanity? Anyway, I thought you might want to know more about your peers. Good luck in Phase 4.
What was that about? Oh, excuse me. Is it a joke about pipes again? I'll just say really quick before we pull this trigger. My Update 8 playthrough, we've just reached Phase 3 and just done it, right? My Update 8 playthrough, it took me like, I don't know how many episodes, but the save file has like 350 hours or something like that to get to this point. But the difference is in that save file, I'm making something like 20 adaptive control units per minute, like 50 modular engines, something like that. Like the numbers are way, way, way higher. But was it worth it? Look how much faster I've been able to do it by being lazy, not doing any aesthetics, making things in small quantities. So in theory, that save, excuse me again, is set up better for tier, like the later tiers. Should be quicker because we have loads of copper on hand and lots of other things, but I'm still, I don't know what the right answer is. Because we've done it way faster this time. Way faster. There we go. Pretty good pioneering. Got a little achievement. Bottom right there. So you know I did it for reals. This is my favorite thing. Oh, yeah. When it first did that, I was like...
Phase 3 of Project Assembly completed. Fixit's predictions indicate pioneers should generally reach this point faster with above-average results, but we should all adjust our expectations according to the situation. It is understandable. The pressure and complexity will only increase from here, so be sure to take on Phase 4 with efficiency and competence.
Sweet. Okay, never made any of these, so this will be all new territory for me. Don't even know how to make them. Let's just quickly have a look at the... what do you call it? The tiers. What's up next? The milestones, I should say. Pace is better if you want the game in a timely manner. Yeah, exactly, right? But I also... there's something like much less impressive about a factory that's like not, it doesn't look very good, right? Whereas at least in the videos, factories look decent. Where am I going? The hub is down here. But good luck for the rest. Appreciate that, lol motier. Thank you. Super chat as well. Appreciate it. Start making the copper powder for nuclear pasta now. You need a metric ton of it. Yeah, I made 12,500 ingots in my other factory. In my other playthrough. Because I heard you needed a lot. I wasn't sure how much though. Computers, hymphs, motors, and rubber. So, if I was to just look at what we make per minute, see how long it would take to get some of these done. Well, a lot of this I could do right now, right? Got the rubber, you know, give it some time, we'll have the, yeah, give it time and all of this is done. Hover pack, then we actually need to do something, right? We need the bauxite, the aluminum first. A lot of people have problems with aluminum. I didn't. Maybe I'll eat my words this time, but I didn't before. Little bits of aluminum, the hazmat suit, under casing. I could actually do that right now. We found casing. Control system development. This is as far as I've ever gotten. I made radio control units. At a pretty good number. I've never made supercomputers. Although I don't feel like they were here before. Maybe... I know they did say they changed something with that. I made drones. That was done. And I did this because I started making fused frames. I have done that, but I've never made heat sinks, cooling systems, nuclear power. I've never done that. I did do this because I had Mark III miners, but I've never made turbo motors. Well, I guess as far as I've gone then is probably most of tier 7 done, right? I've definitely done all that. That's been done before, but yeah, I've never gotten further in terms of unlocking milestones. I think things have changed a little bit, but I think the only one I never unlocked was this. Because I definitely had the supercomputers before to do these things. I think particle enrichment's probably where as far as I got. Something like that. And then I never made nuclear power. And there's components that you unlock in these that I never made. So that's it. Cooling system, turbo motors, those things I've never seen before. Never made any of the space elevator parts. Like the assembly director system, any of that stuff. So it's all new to me. Can't do copper powder yet. Nope, not until way later. Was it in at the end before we even unlock it? I didn't even get it till the end. So until I have fused frames on the go, at least. Cooling systems. But in the immediate future, not looking too bad. Aluminum, that should be easy, so we can obviously get that. That's fine. It'll be really quick then to get these two after that, so that's okay. That's nailed as well. This one will take... No, will be super easy, because once aluminum's done, these two will just trickle up really quickly. But then that's 7 to 8 is where it'll slow down massively, because it's like, okay, we now need to set up, like, making all this shit. And that's going to take ages. So 7 is going to be a big slowdown at the end. See how we can tackle it. All right, that's going to have to be it for today. Pretty good progress. So let's take that last thing off the thing on the right. Normally don't do all my tasks in one day. Tomorrow, I'll be back and we're going to do other things. I'll probably do the in-between stuff tomorrow, like the biofuel factory, make some liquid biofuel, do some general cleanup, make sure the factories are running correctly, and then maybe we'll go further and look for setting up a new sort of area to get out of this place for a while. That should be kind of fun. Enjoy my gift. Yeah, thanks. I'm looking forward to checking it out. I'll be here tomorrow. If you're here tomorrow, hopefully I'll be able to thank you for it. I'll reply to your email, I'm sure. Yeah, we'll need more power for the aluminum. I've actually got power sorted for a little while. But that's something I didn't see in there. Turbo fuel. What? That's what we should do tomorrow. Really crack open the MAM, get everything unlocked in there. But yeah, we've got lots of power. I say lots. It's 5,000 megawatts. It's not that much. But, you know, it's enough to build a few things. But, yeah, maybe that biofuel factory, and then maybe we'll start getting turbo fuel and things like that. All right, that's going to have to be it for me. Thanks very much for hanging out. Thanks for all the support. Really do appreciate it. And I got to say, I was feeling a little low today, but you guys cheered me up quite a bit, so thanks. for hanging out with me. It's always good just to basically play a game and have a chat with people. People are just so friendly and nice. It's hard not to have it lift your spirits a bit. All right, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you hopefully tomorrow, 3 p.m. UK time. And sorry if I miss chat. Obviously, I miss a lot. I actually catch a lot of it after the fact. And hey, JC, thank you again for the super chat. Appreciate that as well. And he says, see you tomorrow. Cheers. Take care now. Bye-bye then.